I decided to go live a little earlier. Oh boy. Hop back in. I'm gonna delist the other stream. No need for it to be two of them up, just confusing people. Cool. Righty. We're back. Round 2. Welcome back. Hello. Yeah, it took a little longer than thought because the transaction was held. I had to call the bank and talk to them about it. So it took a while. I had to go through all these fraud questions, which is good, but it's weird. I'd sent more money, bigger amount, almost triple the amount last week. No questions. But they deemed this one suspicious. Just fair enough. But anyways, all good. I think so anyway. It's all done, dusted. That's it now. That should be all the money. No more money to send. So now it's just a matter of, hopefully on Monday we get the keys. I think that's what happens. Hello. Hey, Wordle Inbound. I don't believe it. These just grow back. Didn't I just destroy those? Or am I thinking of a different one? I feel like I just destroyed them. Or maybe I didn't save it or something. Oh, we could do it again. What up, Troy? Anyway, played hooky from work today. What's hooky? Oh, not going. Posted up on my stream deck. Oh, my Steam Deck, excuse me. Ready to watch you stream all day. Nice, nice. What are you playing on the Steam Deck? Or is it Satisfactory? Yeah, I could have sworn we did that, but maybe not. Alright, so that was going to be it for the cosmetics. I think we'll just head down to the copper factory and work on that. I do have a dismantle crate here, so we'll just clear that. Oh, there it is. Kind of coming together. It's almost there. I mean, it's just a big... It's not that fancy. But with some pillars and a little roof on top, you're good to go. I do like the... Just every now and then having a little thing like that. It's kind of cool. They, I could be... Well, I'll just get distracted. I was going to say we could fill that in, but yeah, we'll leave it. Need some vents as well to get the refinery smoke out of there. Looking good. It looks a little bit better from the other side. That's the side that's more done. This side still needs some beams and railing and stuff like that. And then the roof needs its, I was going to put like pillars with like a roof on top, like the actual roof tiles that are in the game. Yeah, it's taking shape. This side looks decent, I think. Alright, that is the equipment factory. We are now making every piece of equipment. It's going into my depot. It just needs a bit more of the cosmetics done, and what else? Just then in future we can come back and add the nuke obelisk and the crystal oscillators. All that's required to do that is fly in the encased industrial beam. I wouldn't even actually ever need to go there if I didn't want to. So I'm back. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. So for those who don't know, I was here a little earlier for an hour, and then I had to abandon the stream. I had to make a payment for this apartment. It's the final payment, but it got held. So when I was on the phone, it took a little longer than I thought because, yeah, it was flagged as like suspicious or whatever. So I just had to go through all these fraud checks, which were interesting questions, actually. It's like kind of difficult questions. Like some of them I wasn't too sure about. Felt like I was the fraudster. They're like, did you get a new phone recently? I'm like, yeah, I think so. When did you buy it? It's like, I don't know. I'm not sure. A few weeks ago, I think. And they were like, sir, you bought that like over a month ago. I'm like, oh, really? Okay, yeah. Anyway, all good though, I think. It's all gone through. So yeah, gonna head down to the crystal not the crystal oscillator, the copper caterium factory. I'm gonna work on heavy logistics. Try to sort that out. Sort out the Quickwire. Get it running. Oh yeah. Bit better. What's up? Fill me in. Not much. Not much. So, well, I'll fill you in just 1 second. What else could we do to pick this stuff up? Let's get rid of something. There's crap in my inventory. Why is it in this save file I've always just got crap in my inventory? In the desert world, like, my inventory is empty. I know I've got a lot of weapons and stuff now, but it's just weird. I don't need a lot of these things. I just don't even know how I accumulate it, really. I'm pulling from inventory before depot as well. Yeah, weird. Weird. So basically, in this world, we've just now built the weapons factory. That's up and running. We did cosmetics for about an hour just earlier. I had to put the stream down just temporarily and bring it back because I had to do something. That's done now. So now it's up to us to decide what to do next. So we just finished the tier for nuclear power, which means that now we're on to the milestone. So we have to build the space elevator, I guess. And then it's assembly director systems and all of that kind of stuff. So what I probably want to do is take a count of how many things we already produce in the world at some point. I'll do that myself and then plan the next factory. I know that I need an oil factory, so I need an increase of plastic and rubber, I think. But again, that's why I'd have to take a check. There's actually rubber in here, so it might just be plastic I need, depending on the amounts. That's steel pipe. Then we have rubber encased industrial beams. Yeah, I don't know how much this place makes. I think it's 400. This factory will tell me how much is consumed anyway, that one in front of me. Anyways, yeah, so what would need to be done next is... There's loads of unfinished projects all over the place, so for today, I'm just going to go back into the copper caterium factory and try to get things running continuously. So what's not running continuously at the moment is caterium. It's totally, like, backed up at the moment. And Quickwire needs to be kind of, like, sorted out completely. We use 144 rubber here. Okay. The reason for that is because I'm then going to be building a crystal oscillator factory plus radio control units. Then we're going to look into the assembly director systems, all that kind of stuff. So I need to know like how much Quickwire we have on. I want to set up like train stations so we can send this stuff out of the world, out of the factory properly. We've got one train station up there at the moment, but we could do a better job laying them out. So that's basically what needs to be done. Working in this big place. It's rhubarb. Somebody says rhubarb. I think your overflow belt for the rifle or turbo ammo is too slow. Too late now, but you're probably right, because you've caught things like that in the past. I trust Martin, implicitly. Implicitly. Hey, Philly. I just didn't go into work. They'll be fine. I love it. It's like I'm a brain surgeon. They'll be fine. They'll figure it out. I don't know why I got launched off that thing so hard, but all good by me. Should we take the elevator? Sure. Actually, I'll walk it because we can have a look at what the problem is and then try to solve it. There's other problems in here though as well. It looks very low. I wonder, are we low on copper? Yeah, these two are out. Yeah, it's truck problems. Ah, they've just done the random stalls, have they? Are they deadlocked? Not these ones, but they've just randomly stalled. So that's nice. Fine. You don't want to move anymore still? You won't behave. Disable autopilot. Show me the nodes. Enable autopilot. Go. Man, what did they do in 1.1 to trucks? Alright, let's fix the deadlock. The deadlocks fix themselves. It's just a bug in the game. It's a new bug. It's a very annoying bug. This clearly messed with my copper production. No? Okay, you as well. Funny, I get in and out of that one and then this one reactivates. It's so messed up, man. Well, there should be plenty of copper now. Okay, whatever, man. I'm not changing that, you know? It's just up to them to fix it. Hey, Farmer Scott, good afternoon. Man, it's really warm in here today. It's like 27 degrees outside. This should be enough copper to get all the belts running again, so everything will go back up to full speed. So now the focus is getting this factory back up and running fully. The main components that isn't running fully would be the Quickwire. Now the Quickwire backs up not because of anything down here. I believe it's to do with the Quickwire upstairs. So this place is often very dark, so maybe the first thing I can do is even start to install some lights on the upstairs so that we can work up there more cleanly. And then look at my old document to see what it's supposed to be making. And get it running again, properly. Number 4, so this is the Quickwire floor. So we'll go up one more floor, just to have a look at the actual machines. Just make sure they're all plugged in, up and running. This place is built to run on 780 per minute belts. So as long as these are all connected, they seem to be. Should be all capable of making what they need to. More lights, yeah. Definitely need lights down here, because it's just quite dark. It's actually, oh, there is lights. Actually, it's pretty good, but not over that side. This is the monstrosity we're going to be dealing with. Some of the factories are dependent on this, but we can just cut them off for a little bit. I think there's buffers of storage containers anyway. And work out what this place is going to be doing. So let's figure it out. They're rebelling against the biofuel. Yeah, it's not sitting well with them. That's funny to think about. Okay, so where are we at? Satisfactory 1.1 stream. I must have streamed this once before and then everything just went in here. This is like a long time ago. Copper Quickwire. This is the ultimate, ultimately what we're looking at. Wasn't made very cleanly. Fused Quickwire, 7,020 per minute. So let's have a look, even just based on that. It would be fused Quickwire, 7,020 per minute. We get a, not that, the regular calculator up. 7020 divided by 90 means you need 78 machines. Alright, let's just see. What do we got in terms of the layout? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 13, 78. There you go. So we have the machine count correct, and the clock speeds all need to be 100, so that's fine. Now we'll have a look at what the dealio is with belt. Oh, now that we've got priority mergers, it's so much easier to get these belts running at 780. That was the initial idea. It's like they should be maxed out. So 13 machines times 90. 13 times 90 is 1170. So it's too much for one belt to handle. That's the problem. That's why we've got 2 belts. So let's cut these. I guess we'll cut them here. These are all Mark IVs as well, or a lot of them are. I'm probably going to be dropping containers left, right, and center, so maybe I'll just put some stuff back in storage, or just throw some stuff in an awesome sink for a while. Get rid of it. Your logistics floors are spacious. I can barely walk around mine. Yeah, you learn that after a long time that you need the space. Like, I'm just saying that as in my first logistics floors weren't that open and spacious. This is a particularly big factory, so I knew that we'll need a lot of room. So I gave myself headroom. What is it, 4 walls high or something like that? Just out of curiosity. 1, 2, 3. It would be 1, 2, 3, So 6 meters, then 14 meters. Oh no, 18 meters high. Yeah, it's 18 meters tall, so it's pretty good. Okay, yeah, so just temporarily we'll throw in an awesome thing. I'm just going to clear out my inventory because we're going to be deleting a lot of stuff. This will be fun to finally get this up and running correctly. So, let's throw in some of that ammo that we were just testing out and playing around with. Not the pulse obelisks. Actually, we don't make those, so I'll just keep them. This can go. This can go. Yeah, that's crap. Alright. Godspeed. Hello, Arctic Fox. Mine are usually too high. Yeah, my standard for logistics floors are normally 3 walls high. So 4, 8, 12. That's normally what I do. Like in the desert series I'm doing now, I made a logistics floor in the aluminum factory and I made that 3 walls high. Can't remember why. I just thought like, yeah, that's enough to bring things up and over each other, you know, for the most part. And it's, I think there was liquids involved there, so I didn't want too much to work with. Because then you need pumps. Hello, Avish. Sorry, late. Oh, no worries. I've been late myself. I was live for an hour. And then I had to stop the stream and then come back, so I'm here now. But we're here now for the evening. Okay, so basically, I'll actually update the right-hand side of the screen. So we'll just pop in optimization. That's not how you spell any of that. Optimization. So, Quickwire, load balancing. This is going to probably take a long time. And then we can clean up machines. Awesome sync. That's what we plan on doing. When I say clean up machines, it means clean up the power lines that are going over them. We'll try to make it look a bit better. Alrighty. Looking forward to this. This has been a problem for another day, for many days, because I did this a long time ago. But not too much has to change. Like all of these machines and stuff, that can stay all there. It's just the load balancing here that all needs to be removed. So a lot to cut away on this side of things, and we're just going to figure out these lines. Look at this crazy stuff. I love it. Now with the priority mergers, though, it should be so much easier. That's the idea. Just going to disconnect all the outgoing belts here, and we'll work with them fresh. Those ones go off to the right, actually, yeah. Forgot about that. I'll have to check what they require. Okay, cool. So, let's get rid of this stuff then. We'll just get rid of these poles independently, and then we'll lay out stuff separately and look at the rates and the numbers and what's going where, and then try to organize it all a bit better. Yeah, I had little numbers on the belts telling me like what was going on them, but it's all useless now, really. Plus, we're upgrading the belt speed, so the numbers will be different. Oh, look at this. There was one of these things placed there. Must have been here not that long ago. Mark 6 belts would be a godsend. Yeah, Mark 6 here would be great. Although we've already got the belt tracks and stuff down. It's more, the awkward thing was, so there's 78 machines times each one's doing 90. So there's 7,020 Quickwire here. What we need to do is like get that onto as many 780 belts as possible. So like this. That'd be 9 780 belts. Perfect if we could just manage that. So there are, what is it, 6 here? 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 6. And then 3 in the other direction. This goes into AI limiters, I think. And then the rest of it just goes nowhere. So 2,400 of it has to go into the AI limiters. Got it. 2,400 we have to break off onto its own belt. So it's an uneven amount. Unless... yeah, so we'll have to figure that out. But divided by 90, it's 26.6 recurring machines. So yeah, we'll figure all this out in a minute. We'll just clear all this area first, and then we can decide to send that over. Can't really the belt speeds are all different, so I'm just gonna have to individually delete some of these things. I guess I'll get rid of the mergers next. Okay, any splitters can go next. Looks like I was doing some priority mergers there. Can't remember that. It wasn't that long ago. It'd be cool if you could add a filter that was an inverted filter. So like my filter would be not this. That way I could just remove everything but that. They're like the things you see in hindsight. I guess I could just do this and then just uncover the floor. It's probably easier that way. Not the worst thing now, actually, if we delete the floor anyway, because I don't have to reapply the paint, thinking about it. I know about a dismantle filter. I've been using it a lot. A dismantle filter, pressing G on something. I was saying the belt speeds are different. There's different components here. So I was saying it'd be great if I could actually just, you know, there's 6 or 7 different components here in front of me. So what I was asking for was like, it would be nice if you had an inverted filter. So I could say like, okay, delete everything but this. And that way I could just be like, delete, 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 and I wouldn't have to worry about deleting the ground. I'm not saying they should really ever do that. It's pretty rare that you need this thing, this type of thing, but it's like, yeah, you know, in this specific scenario where there happens to be different speeds of belts, there was a priority merger, a merger, a splitter, there's lifts, there's poles. It's like, yeah, that's a lot of filters. You can't add to the filter. Right, you can only have a filter of one thing. Unless there's a different... Can you add to the filter? If you could, that'd be amazing. No. What if I hold control? No. It's not a filter, it's just... You can add other things onto it. But yeah. Having multiple filters would probably just solve it as well, actually, thinking about it. So it's like... You could just add more to it if you press something like Shift G. Add another one. All good. Problem solved. All right, cool. So we're blanked out of our minds. Okay, so let me track the belt that goes off towards the belts. Excuse me, that go off towards the AI limiters, and then we'll sort those guys out. So these are the AI limiter ones, as far as I recall. And there's 4 of them. Now, one turns here and goes into just this line of machines. Does it turn around the end? It does. I kind of want to fix that, but maybe I'll leave that until we can actually load balance the belts correctly. I don't know what's going on. That would be useful when doing something exactly like this. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. An exclusion filter, that's a better word for it, would be clutch, but also very niche. Yeah, if I was them, an exclusion filter is probably a bit awkward because you need a different hotkey or something for it. Instead, what I would do is just allow you to add multiple filters. So it says dismantle filter. Basic wall. But if I press Shift and then I press G again, now add like a different type of wall. Now add the window. You know, and you just see the filter getting longer and longer. It's like that would do the same thing. I would have done it. I could have just gone pole, belt, merger thing, and then been like bang. Delete it all. Anyway, whatever. Maybe a mod does it, I don't know. Seems like it wouldn't be that difficult because they have the filtered stuff in place already. Right, 780 divided by 9e. So to get a full 780 belt, we need 8.66 machines. So what's 90 times 8 then? 720. So we could get a lot of 720 belts pretty easily. And for the AI limiters, the limbs, I just want to see, what do those machines actually consume? I don't know if they're clocked down or anything. A little way upstairs just to check things. 100 per minute. So there's 24 machines, 2400 per minute. Okay. Get rid of some of this stuff as well now. We don't need it. Why do you wait to build a space elevator? There's no need to have it there. We had a space elevator, but then I just got rid of it because it was in the way of stuff. You know, I was going to build it somewhere else. But then it was like, oh, I'll put it down when I need it. But I don't have anything to go into it now, so why build it now? You know what? I'm just going to get rid of that up in the top right because it seems to bother people. There you go. Now nobody will know. It's not so I can do it all in one go. I don't make... So for the next thing, you need a bunch of things, right? We need assembly, director systems. We need 4 different things. I don't even make this one thing yet. When I make the one thing, we could build it and send it in. I'd be happy to do that. That's fine. And I'd be happy to leave it where it is. But in this save file, I built it in grassy fields, and it was just on the ground in a temporary spot. So then I was like, oh cool, we beat this phase. I'll build it somewhere else. And then I just never built it anywhere else because I haven't yet made a component to go into it. That's all. That's all that's happened. Nothing crazy. I don't normally say like, oh, delete it as soon as you're not using it. It was just that it was in a temporary spot. I haven't thought of a good spot for it yet, and I don't yet make anything to send into it anyway, so I don't need to build it. That's really all it is. Yeah, the lifts look like they're backwards. That's just a graphical glitch because of 1.1 broke lifts visually, and I'm not going to replace all these lifts. It's too much. So it's not, you know, it's not my fault that they broke it. And they said the only way to fix it is to rebuild the lift, so it's like, well, I'm going to have to stay that way then. Alright, so need to load balance the Quickwire out of this place. So 2400 divided by 4. So each belt here needs to be 600. 600 divided by 90. Each of these machines do 90. Just trying to think, like, I can easily get them up to this, but it's just a bit awkward to deal with that number then afterwards. The simplest thing for me is, I think anyway, we could make belts of 720. So 4 720 belts is really easy. 4 720s. And then we could just take 120 off each of those belts. Like, we take a Mark II off of those belts. And that guarantees we have 600 left. So 120 times 4 will be left over with a 480 belt to go back in. So let's work on that first. That's the first task. So we're going to make these 600 per minute each. So to do that, I'll just make them Mark V. Start on this side and working my way down. And we'll make them colored. Well, just to keep the coloring scheme going, it's the copper orange. These really actually need to be the... Sorry, it's the red machine, I think, with Deuterium yellow or something. Yeah. That. Were these blueprints? They were, apparently. No up at the assemblers. You have Mark 1 where they should be Mark 2 and vice versa. Oh, okay, right. I'll have a look at that in a minute. Well, I'm changing... Okay, yeah, I'll have a look at that soon. Thank you. Alright, so stay on this side. Stay on the top left one for now. They're done really weird. Okay. Each of these is just going to feed the machines in front of it, so I don't need any of this anymore. This, whatever the hell this was. Facing the wrong way. And it's a smart splitter. Okay. Needs to be regular splitter, and I can just go up here. That be a Mark II. So, I mean, the Quickwire is 100 a minute, 100 per minute, so that seems like it should be a Mark II. That seems correct to me, but I'll have a look at each one just now that, I don't know, some of them, you said that they seem to be off or something? Oh, up at the assemblers themselves? Oh, okay. If it's on the top bit, yeah. I'll fix that then. Alright, cool. Just connect this one to here. So that's 1 out of 4 belts done. Alright, next one this way. I have to upgrade that belt. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I feel like people told me that before, actually, back in the video even. It's one of those dormant memories like that's been reawoken. I think you've told me before. Because I think they were blueprinted, that's where it was, and people said in the blueprint it's the wrong way. Alright, that's fine. Good. Pilot run of what Darren fixes. Yeah, I'm fixing my own factory. Well, this is actually the upgrade, technically. This was always meant to happen once we get the belt speed, but I did get lazy when it came to Quickwire. I remember it really clearly, actually. I was really tired, and I was trying to figure out the load balancing of like all these belts. The video's going on. I think my recording was at like 6 hours or something, and I just got very lazy with it. So we're paying the price. I guess we are fixing it, but also upgrading at the same time. Just before we had straight belts, had to do the corners ourselves. I'll do this one first. I think this has the same setup as the other side did, which is it kind of loops back in on itself for the extra bit to make it wherever it was going, but that solution I just came up with there is so much better, right? It's like, get 720 on a belt, siphon off 120. Easy peasy. None of this crap needed anymore. Okay. That side, just go back into the other side. And then we'll hook it up to an awesome sync, of course, so we can see it running properly. Alright, good. Yeah, I'll go upstairs and fix those now, if they're off, so... Make them both Mark II. Okay, any more Quickwire that we don't want? Things we don't want? Feel, I guess. Hello again. Hey, Lang. Good morning, Mike. A big factory, they said. You can upgrade it later, they said. Now look at what he's saying now. Now they say nothing. Sorry, speaking of mods, did you know... Sorry, did you show what the persistent paintables mod does now? See what it does now. I posted on Discord recently. It allows the pipe to change colors corresponding to the type of liquid. Yeah, I've seen that before, actually. Yeah, I don't have the mod active, actually, but that's pretty cool. Like a little option you can toggle on if you want. Because I do often color the pipes based on what's in it anyway, so... Nice to have that as a semi-official option. Alright, good. So that's Quickwire now, all up to Mark V. And now what we're going to do is grab... We need to get 720 on each one, so 720, what was it? It was 8, I think, divided by 90. 90 comes out of each machine, so we need 8 machines to get our 720 belt. We'll just start at the bottom here, so that's... obviously it doesn't need to be Mark 5, but let's just say so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. It looks like someone thought of that for me, so that's good. I guess I'll bring it out to this belt track, because why not? So how much does that leave up here? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you would need 3 to get to your 8. I guess that's where it gets a bit messy. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so as of right now, these are all going to just be 720 and we'll work out like splitting off them afterwards. It's going to be the same. So that's going to be 5, and then we need 3 of these to combine. So we'll do the bottom one first, which is going to be the 8. Just upgrade this, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. This is going to merge up somewhere here, I guess. Still trying to fix your creepy dark logistics floor? Oh no, we're just working on a different aspect of it now. So this was Quickwire. It does 7,020 per minute. It's never been upgraded to Mark 5. It was using Mark 3 and 4 belts. But now that we've got Mark 5, we can go in and upgrade it and just reconfigure the logistics to work better. That's a political way of saying fix what wasn't really working right anyway. I mean, it was working for the amount that I was trying to use. But now we want to harness the full amount. It needs to be kind of redone. So the first aspect of that is getting the AI limiters fed. So they need 2,400 Quickwire. So to do that, we're going to grab 8 of these belts, or 8 of these machines. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This will continue out. So this is 720 as well. One's going to go a bit further than that one. 2. Okay, so it's 2 720 belts. So the idea for me anyway is to grab the 720, put a Mark II belt on it to siphon off 120, and then we're left with 600, and that 600 can just roll back in, because these need to just be 600 belts. That'll just work out really nicely. Right, so we've done the 2 bottom ones. Those are the easy ones. Now we have to do a bit of jiggery pokery. We got 5 up here, and then we need 3 from here, so we'll grab the 3 at the back, I guess. So we can go 1, 2, and 3. So these 2, I'm going to raise them higher. They can go somewhere else. You're out of here. The goal for this stream is to get all the machines upstairs with green lights. That's the goal. And just running. Right, so 1, 2, and 3. This is now going to go into there. This, I guess, first. We can do that. Alright, so now this becomes 720 as well. We need to do that one more time with the far side. So for this to become 720, we have these 2. And we would need 6 more of those. I'm just wondering what height I should do it at. Yeah, having straight belts now is really nice. Makes working in here a lot easier. Well, actually, it might just be easier to keep those up at that height and just use, again, a whole group of 8 from this row. That's probably the easiest thing to do, so I'll just do that. Don't even connect it together. What's going on? So 1, 2, 3. That's number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Alright, again, Past Darn has figured that one out for me. This just needs to go that way, and that's 720 then, just straight up. Perfect. Gonna have to be raised though. Oh, actually, then if we want it to be raised, it might be easier just to grab 8 from here. That just works out to be the height that I need. That would instead be... yeah. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And delete that for a moment. I can't remember if they need to be placed again or not, so I'll just do it just in case. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That's 8. That's 720. That's our next 720 belt. That's the last one for now. That should be all hooked up, I think. I'll just, again, I'm just a little unsure, so just to be safe, I'm just going to delete it and just redraw it. Oh yeah, I should try that hover pack thing where I don't glide as much. That'd be a good mod to throw on. Test it out. Darren, what a pal, I know. He'd figured some things out, just wasn't that good. I'm sure I'll say the same in the future again. It's like in Interstellar. Just outside this window, I'm like banging on the window, watching myself do this. If like, don't leave me, Murph. Don't hook up the belts. No. Alright, there we go. 4 belts of 720. Super easy. And then we're left over with 1, 2 on this side, and we're left over with the bottom row here that's free to come out to do other things as well. How many is that? Just out of curiosity, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there'll be 7. 7 times 90, it'd be 630. But we don't have to worry about that right now. Okay, so yeah, ultimately I need to break off 120 off of each one of these. Send them back somewhere. Yeah, I was thinking I left a gap with these ones. I don't know if that's good or not. I guess it's fine. Because normally the way I do these is there was no gap. I think on that side there'd be no gap. Alright. I'm just thinking, is this the best way? Let's see. So even if we just start a bit further down. Let's see what this layout looks like. So that would be 720 in. We configure this to be overflow through the center and anything out the right. And then we only allow 120 out. That's what we need. Just as an example. So now you got 120 guaranteed, and then everything else goes through, which would have to be 600. That just continues on its way down. It's all about just getting these like up and onto their own belt tracker to combine. I really just need the 4 of these to all combine. I'm just thinking of like, how can I make that look okay? Yeah, it's always safest just to redraw things just in case. So if that's one there. Let's say that this was just going into a merger here, maybe. Needs more space than that, I think. It's a bit further back than I want it. Hang on. It'll be really annoying, but it's good to get it symmetrical and make it look good. We're going to put the time and effort into it. Let's do it right. So, more splitter. 2. Go. Mark 2 belt out, so that's 120. Into a merger. This I was hoping to do the same. Can't latch on for some reason. I don't know why. Holding control just doesn't do anything. Now? No? Please? Why? Why doesn't that happen? I hate that. It bothers the hell out of me. I just want it to be like right where it should be. Obviously that's fine, I guess. It's not snapping. I want to do it. Okay, well, I'll just disconnect it and draw it myself then, I guess. Right, so now we have 240. Okay, so overflow through the center. Anything on the right. Copy that, paste that. So there we go. 120 out. This is how I'll have 120 coming down, and then this will be 240. And this will have to merge up with the other 240 if you want to combine them for a 480. That's fine. We'll figure out where to do that in a moment. So we'll just duplicate that on the other side. Probably fine to happen in the same place. I know this is like clipping through the belt. Whatever. It's fine. Okay with that. So we ultimately just have to do that here, right? Notice with 1.1 it won't lock in with control. I'll put it on the ground and vertical nudge up and down now. Yeah, I guess it's at least we can still get it onto the direct placement. It's just, yeah, it's frustrating that that wouldn't do that. I didn't notice that before though until today. I mean, just that's the first time it hasn't worked. Maybe there's just certain times it doesn't do it for some reason. Okay, this one. Okay, so they're doing their thing. Let's get this merger here. In the wrong way. So they're both Mark II. There we go. So that's that sorted. These are definitely correct. Nice. Cool. So there we go. 2 belts of 240. Now we need to merge them up to be 480. Put them in the center of the belt track. Well, it doesn't really matter where they go actually, but probably just do that really simply by building a merger on one of these sides. Doesn't really matter where, in my opinion. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. That's the next height up. And that, aim it like this, I guess. So let's say Mark III now. This would be a Mark III. Oh, okay. Fortunate. What is good? The snapping on this is so weird. Alright, back up to 480. Clean 480. So these are now, so this is a little load balancer that makes all of these be 600, and this is 480 out, back in the opposite direction. It's gonna have to go back out this way. I do sound Canadian sometimes, so I was gonna say oot. Mark 4. Back in this direction. Alright, cool. There we go. Now, if we added 90 plus 480 plus 90, get 660. Because we got 2 available. I was just wondering what I could get it up to there. But no, that's fine. Just leave it for now. Alright, well this would be this should be the AI limiters working totally fine. So I'm tempted now just to even run those ones. Just we'll hook up a couple awesome sinks even temporarily, drain them, and just get them all fed now. Nice and tight. Just here. So yeah, just throw in a temporary awesome sink. We'll delete this later. That snapped totally fine. Ah, they're at Mark 1. How many do we make in total? We make, this is all just to get 120 AI limiters, okay. And yeah, I guess I'll just drag power up for this when we're upstairs. Whatever, just connect it into that one. Anything else I can get rid of now? Some steel, some this. Tempting to remove the Quickwire out of all these machines because we won't really be able to see it running fully for a little while. Why isn't that doing anything? They're not connected in properly. That one's working. Yeah, just this one must not be. Alright, so I'm just going to drain them or take the AI limiters out. I'll get production going again. Otherwise, it's going to take too long to get going. I could just send them into the bin. Yeah, belt stacks where things are going in opposite directions. It does look good. I think I agree. Alright, so those ones are all cleared now, and we'll clear these ones next. And then I guess I could try take out some of the Quickwire, some of the machines as well, just to kind of make things look like they're flowing properly again. So we can see if our numbers are correct. We can throw on the belt counters as well, maybe. Right, so I could have even marked the machines that are designated to go into AI limiters, color them different or do something with them maybe. Looking a bit better, but yeah, we need to just empty some of these machines out. So the first 3 or 4 rows. Ultimately, what I'm really trying to see is can we get the Caterium to run, you know, smoothly? Because I think all the amount of machines we have should be consuming the exact amount of Caterium we make. Yeah, I've got loads. Wouldn't normally recommend doing this. I mean, you could just hook up an awesome sync to the line, but I'm just gonna pull them out of the machine. That's fine. Throw that all in the bin. That's one of the lines. I'll just do it to this one as well on the right. Yeah, just this one, and that should be it, I think. We have to check our trucks and see if they're still running as well. Alright. Take a couple out of these. Not all of them, just a couple here. So they manifold back up. Love to know what's causing the lag spike in this area, because when I go to the other parts of the map, it's so clean, and it didn't used to happen even until not that long ago. Alright, that's enough machine drained for now. Dump that all out of here. Is this full? Oh, yeah, it's totally full. Okay, that's fine. 32 FPS. Can barely even see things move. Oh, these are all reversed. It's such a shame that it looks that way. Cool. Anyway, quick question. How do you plan the space for your factories? Is there a tool, or do you just do the math in your head? Yeah, I often mention this to people. I don't really have a great way to explain it. It's honestly, it's different for every factory. But, let's see. This video here, I've never built a factory this fast. This one. If you look at the image, I basically just paint the floor. So I'll just pave out a really large area, and then I paint the floor based on how many machines I need. So I do the planning. I'll say like, oh, you need 200 of these machines or whatever. And then I just break it down by its group. So if it's in a blueprint, that's pretty easy. So it's like a 4x4 or 5x5. And it's like, excuse me, how many of those do I need? So it's like, okay, 5x5 times this amount. Then I can just paint the floor and see, does it fit within the area I've kind of created? If not, like I'll go up a floor, down a floor, whatever. So, and I draw little arrows between the areas. Like, okay, things are going to move from here to here. So I remember to leave gaps between them for where the belts are going to flow. That's how I do it. I don't always do it though. Sometimes I just kind of wing it. I think with this factory, I just blocked out a big area, put everything down, and then the bits that I didn't need, I just cut them off. So I don't always like plan it all out. Yeah, the 1.1 inside joke, that's funny. We're looking smooth enough now though. Smooth enough. It's gonna be a little hitching, I guess. I wonder, will we get the number 600 per minute though if we just pop this on? But it should be. Oh no, we won't, because I didn't send the 480 anywhere else. So everything is just coming through here anyway. Billy. So let's just do that real quick. Yeah, so this, obviously none of the load balancing really matters if you're not destroying this bit. So again, I'll just do a temporary little awesome thing here just to see this running. Pop this even here. And we'll just delete that when we don't need it in a minute. Is it nighttime outside? I can't even tell. In this factory, it's so dark down here. Even with the lights. Okay, that's connected. So now it should be right, I think. Starting to see the Caterium belts move again, which is good. Yeah, that's better, because we had the priority to siphon off. Is this priority set correctly? Oh. Maybe these aren't making what they should be. They might be struggling to get Caterium at the moment. Although, I say that. Yeah, that's something I didn't check, actually, if these need improved belts. What's wrong with them? None of them are moving up. So what goes up here comes down here, basically. Carve a way through here. Not enough copper ingots, oh damn. Oh yeah, I was just looking at the Caterium. That does make sense. Okay. Alright, I'll have to count those numbers. They might need upgraded belts. I'm not actually sure yet. Have a look in a minute. Alright, just gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Just got in, noticed the stream started from the beginning when I joined. YouTube doesn't like notifying me of things. So what did I miss so far? I basically did cosmetics on the weapons factory, and now I'm back in the copper Caterium factory. So a really big mega factory from ages ago. And I'm trying to get the Caterium aspect of it up and running correctly. So the first stage of that is we have 24 AI limiter machines. Each one takes 100 Quickwire per minute. So I've got them balanced now a little bit better. I've balanced the belts better, but now it seems like we're actually not providing enough copper to make the Quickwire, so you need copper and Caterium to make the Quickwire. Seems like we're running a little short, so I'm going to trace that problem back in a minute. I'm actually going to the bathroom. Get on the stream with Rex. It looks like it's okay now, but I don't know how much it needs per row. I imagine these need to be Mark 5 belts, I would imagine. Either she is tiny or you have a juvenile panther in the house. Yeah, everyone keeps saying he's a big cat. He doesn't seem big to me. Rosie's not very big, but he's not tiny. But yeah, people do say like he's a big cat. I don't feel like he's a big cat. You should have seen. People should have seen Nyx. I mean, people would have seen Nyx. We had her on stream before. She's like twice his size. She was huge. NBH with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I've seen the long membership icon next to you as well. And that's gone to Sindri, Matt, D-Lo, Capistran, and Aaron W. Aaron, I really like that. Or sorry, yeah, it is Aaron. I like the name Aaron. Shout out. Evan Roach, next item for 1.2 is conveyor throughput monitor for lifts. So yeah, that's funny. Right, so yeah, let's see. How much copper do you need? 37.5. 37.5. Is Darren a smart man? I think he is. Ask Darren. That's why we have 13 machines. I was thinking, why is there 13? Because 13 times 37.5 is 487.5, and that's what every refinery block does. Half of what every refinery block does. So that works 1-to-1 with the pure copper recipe. 37.5 copper ingots I mean, I'm not that smart of a man, right? The game just does that. They're the same amount. That's cool to know. But 37 points. So then obviously it does need to be a Mark 5 belt. So that's why it's not getting enough. So that's an easy solution. So we have to just upgrade those belts. Let's get to it. So if you weren't following that, which I don't blame you, basically these are Mark 3 belts going in. Each one of these belts corresponds to half a refinery block. So I'm guessing 2 belts is to 1 block. Good job, Darren. Such an interesting... It's so funny looking back on this because I don't remember how this is done. Yeah, we have to upgrade all these now. So we'll work our way back to the very beginning. Some of them are Mark 5s as we can see, but some aren't. So let's get them up and running. Speaking of the name Aaron, let's get Attack on Titan soundtrack. Go-fi. I was telling Rosie as well. I hadn't seen her till just there. I paid all the money now for the apartment. Broke again. Please don't leave me. Okay, so this is where our 5 belts come in, or what is it, 8 belts? 8 belts come in. Now we have to give them the copper color. Can you leave that kind of open, if you don't mind? It's so warm in here. Is that an Interstellar poster behind me? It is indeed. And thanks for the super chat, by the way. Cooper, I need 3 degrees starboard. I had an Interstellar reference earlier on in the stream, actually, thinking about it. Right. Wanted to paint that one so I can copy all the others. Right, so bonk, bonk. Just get all of these to Mark 5 before the turn. Dun, dun, dun. The easiest thing for me to do here actually would just be to paint the ones that are existing as Mark 5. So we'll put the filter. Oh, it's Mark 4. That's a 5. That way I just know any yellow belts, any yellow bellies I need to upgrade. Otherwise I'll just be a bit confused which ones are done and which aren't. Alright, that's good enough to get to there. Fighting the lag. It must be Mark 4. Okay. These awesome things are just temporary, right? But now, you know, we're trying to get the factory running fully, so they won't be needed if everything is being consumed as it should be. Mark forward out of their minds. So, 4. That's a 5, is it? God, who designed this? I mean, a nightmare seeing the differences between 4s and 5s. I'll stay on this side and just go around this whole side, I guess. Those ones are good. I think they're all fine at the top. It's just these 2 at the bottom now. Don't have to worry about the belt coming back, at least not right now. It's the copper ingot belts that are going forward. Probably going to run out of alclad doing this, actually. Alright. Yeah, so I have 3 disc plates behind me. I was never sponsored by them. I actually really like this plate. So I just bought them myself. And it's Journey, Interstellar, and can't really see the other one, but it's Final Fantasy 7. Monitor might completely fall. That one there, it's pretty hard to see. It's a view of Midgar from above. It just looks like gold and black from here, but it's like the city layout of Midgar. I have some other posters on my walls, but they're from Kurzgesagt, sci-fi or science education channel. And it's like, one's about building a Dyson sphere, the other's about building a Mars base, like how it could be done. The other's the Milky Way. The other's a list of stars. Another one for a concept for a stellar engine. Anyway. Alright. Hello darkness, my old friend. Go to here. 1, 2, 3. This I'm definitely gonna run out of stuff, I think. Just the top 3 belts now. Man, I find this really hard to even look at this point. Was already done for some reason. Okay. Alright, I'm out of Alclad. Let's leave it there for a little bit. I'm just gonna go back upstairs. We'll throw more stuff into that awesome sink. Why would I take offense to that, Avish? You said did have a lot of mind. Didn't or did? Oh, okay. Other thing I can do is send off my biomass by building a drone port real quick. Actually, I think that's what that one was for, wasn't it? Just getting rid of biomass? Oh no, that's for sending the Quickwire. Yeah, yeah. This port is going to go to bioorganic import. Take all this stuff from me, please. Thank you. And just build a drone, I guess. Give it the fuel. That'll be it. I'm off to watch the F1. Y'all have fun. Gotta go fast. I'll see you later, Sindri. So, we need alclads. We should have plenty. Although it's building up really slow. It should be 270 per minute. Let's go find out why it's not. It'll take us directly to the aluminum. Find out what's going on with it, why it's running slow. I feel like the factory is running totally fine. It's just that maybe the Dimensional Depot has a Mark 1 belt, something like that. Could be the case. It's such a shame I had to put the stream down and then back up, because it like halved the viewership and there's not as many people in the chat as well. It's so interesting seeing that happen. But oh well. The way it goes. I made a whole aluminum factory, but it keeps messing up when I have the right maths. So aggravating. Yeah, a lot of people struggle with it. Is it that your water's... Do you have a problem with the water? Because that's the thing. Water doesn't really behave just on pure math, unfortunately. At first. Well, look who it is. Hey, Pictro. The guy who's 1.0 playthrough I've been watching on repeat while my OCD gets in the way of complete... Shit. That's alright. Well, my OCD gets in the way of completing the mid-game again. First time catching one of the streams. Hello. Sorry you had to see me like this. Don't worry, we're all here. Oh no, I know. It's all good. It's all good. I just... It's a shame that it got interrupted, but it's not a big deal. It's more just interesting how it, like, changes things. Nothing to see here, yeah. That was cool the way I just sliced through it, though. Wake up! It's Friday! Everywhere I look, there's just a million things to do. I'll walk out and open the door again once the trains are back on the track. That's funny, yeah. Yeah, hello and welcome. Good to see you here, man. And thanks for the compliment about the 1.0 series. Yeah, really looking forward to the next video. I was working on it last night, actually. Or just on the build itself, the aluminum one. I've actually taken inspiration from this build. I'm doing it in the same style, like the aesthetical style. Alright, so this is where we do all of the... Is that the Alclad there? No, Alclad has loads. Casing just has a few, doesn't it? That's casing. This is Alclad. So where the hell do I do it, though? Where do I pop it into a dimensional depot? Steel in that for some reason. Let's see if I can remember. Okay, so Alclad comes out of there. Alclad comes out of... No, that's just ingots. Ingots comes out of there. That makes casing. Alclad's on the bottom of this one. It might just... Oh, I remember now. It's over here. Yeah, yeah. It's like a little mini temporary setup just so I can... Is it just manual? Oh, yeah. That's going to run out eventually. A Mark III lift. I can't believe it. It feels like... That cannot be true. What's my upload speed? Maybe that's just not very good. Oh. Oh, there you go. We're only doing 60 per minute. It's a Mark 1 going in, but the container's full, so what was coming out should have been like, it should be 270 per minute, but I don't have the speed, that's why. That makes sense. Alright. Fair enough, that's fine then. There's some of these temporary things. Yeah, so that's going to run out soon anyway, so might as well just get rid of this. Actually, I'll just wait till it's completely empty and then get rid of it, I guess. That was before we actually set up proper production. So yeah, I could go around and find a few more of these. We just built 14 dimensional depots, so that did use a lot of the spheres. That was for every single, like, ammo type, I guess. So that's probably where a lot of them have gone. It would be nice to do that upgrade. Let me just see on the map, you know, which ones are can we get, which ones are available. Ads. I paid to remove those ads. Sign in. There we go. Okay, so load my save, please. Let that cook in the background, and then we'll have a look for spheres that I haven't yet gone and got. Hey Darn, I used your aluminum refinery setup yesterday. It works like a charm. Clock to 95.71. Your advice on the Mark IV pipes and the refineries is much appreciated. Got me back in the game. Awesome to hear. Love it. Great to hear. 95.71. It's a very specific... Yeah, that makes sense though, because it's normally 175, right? Yeah, cool. Nice. Good to hear. Yeah, I've run it as a test and I'm like, yeah, it works. Just works. I'm really happy with it. I think it might be the best aluminum setup in the game. Or like the easiest. Like the most easy to build. I wouldn't say best, but yeah, easiest to build because it just can't go wrong. I've seen some people saying though that it's not working for them and that their water gets clogged. I'm like, you cannot be doing it right then because it just can't go wrong. And there's really not much to it. And one person was like, oh yeah, I had the wrong recipe. Actually, I wasn't using sloppy alumina. It's like, were you even watching the video? But the other person, yeah, I don't know. They never got back to me. I suspect user error. Right, so I just have to disable some of these things. It's really slow to load this world. But it speeds up the more we remove. Easy to build, easy to get up to speed. My setup works, but took 4 hours of tinkering to get there. Yeah, it's like the setup I have here. You know, this is a good setup too. I mean, it's the same recipes ultimately, but the way I built it took way longer. And there was all sorts of troubleshooting. I mean, it turned out like most of it was just due to not feeding enough bauxite in. But we didn't know. So I was trying to find different things. But now I know with the other system, it's like, well, it can't go wrong. I don't have to check those things if something else goes wrong. But yeah. But, you know, that's why you get better as you play, right? So we built this place first, and I was like, how can I make this better? Jeez. That... I'm really just looking to see which things I've gotten. There we go. Spheres I need to turn on. Oh, there's loads. Okay, they're all over me. Let's we'll just switch to the little thing. All right. Well, I don't know how many we need. We'll just get a bunch. And then we can make the upload speed faster. I have to wait anyway for the alclad to build up. And actually, as it's building up, I'll just pull from the thing each time. Just about full. That was perfect. Okay, cool. Now we've got our new weapons and stuff. Although I binned them all, didn't I? Give me homing ammo, please. No, I didn't see that. Order of operations were important when getting it started, letting water alumina build up, and opening the valves. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, of course. Yeah. The valves aren't really necessary. They just help if you're extremely OCD about the liquid getting a little jammed when you're loading the game. So I just found with that setup, because it's like taking in exactly the amount it puts out, so one refinery into another, 200 out, 200 in, whatever it might be. And when you load the game, there's just like a small hitch. Not always, but just sometimes. But the valve thing solves that. And you only have to do it once. And it's just because if you just have a bit more in the system, then if it accidentally goes backwards first or something when you load the game, it just doesn't, it's fine. Got more in there anyway, so it just keeps it running basically. And it, even if you load the game a million times. But yeah, that's just one of those things. The valve, I'd say that the thing that's probably going to be most tedious about turning it on is like, oh, you have to do the valves in the right order. It's like, you don't have to, but I will. Best starter location? Grassy fields if you're a completely new player. Because it's just easiest to build and figure things out and not very hostile. But if you want all the best kind of resources close together, it's Northern Forest, I think. Just gonna grab a few Mercy Spheres, grab Alclad as it builds up in my depot as we wait anyway. I know I could have just grabbed some out of the container. We'll just do this because I need them, and then we can make the upload speed faster in the future. On the verge of quitting because my aluminum setup doesn't work for no reason, and it's not the water. For no reason. We can fix it. I can fix it for you if you want. You drop your save into my Discord. Load it up right now, and we'll find out what this no reason is. If you want. I think that could be fun. That doesn't want to blow up that rocket for some reason. How do I do that? So, if you want to get your save file, what's this? So, let's say your save files are stored here. So, to get to your local folder, you type, if you have the Windows key and then R, this will open up. Type in app data, hit enter, go to local, then go to factory game, then go to saved, then go to save games, then the long number, and then your saves are here. You just drag your save and drop it onto Discord. And if you want to join Discord, it's discord.gg/WDP. Don't feel pressured to do it, by the way. If it's too much effort and hassle, don't worry about it. But yeah, if you know where your saves are, drag it, drop it into Discord, and then I'll just click to download it, and I'll pop it in. We'll do it. So I'll tell you again, right? So we'll go through it one more time. You could watch it back, but I'll just tell you one more time. So we'll start from the beginning. Windows key and R. Type app data. Enter. Local. Then factory game. Then saved. Save games. Whatever the number is for you, and then the saves. Just because I love when I hear, oh, it's for no reason, it's not working. I mean, I know you know there's obviously a reason, whether it's the game or not. Most likely it's not. Just there's something wrong. I'm curious though, because you said it's not the water. So if it's not the water, then it should be a really easy fix. Mr. Spheres. I'm gonna head south back to the factory now, but if we find any along the way, then we'll just go pick them up. I'm so excited to see how you fix this. I don't know. That's why I always thought Fix My Factory would be a very fun type of stream to do. People send in their factories that are screwed, and we figure out what's wrong and fix them. Oh yeah, I can actually fight here now. Hey, this would be a fun place to use bombs or something, because there's nothing around it. I don't have my iodine filters on me. Have to. Oh yeah, I don't think I ever made the hazmat suit. Actually, thinking about it. Got him. Do I have a hazmat? Oh no, I don't. Yeah, let's see if I can just make one right now. Fabric. Oh. Well, we have fabric. At the weapons factory. No, I've done fixing factories on stream before, so it's not episode 1 about to happen. That's funny though. I've been fixing my own factory for a while as well, but no, we've loaded other people's factories before and checked out what's wrong. Somewhere here, but underground, is it? Yeah. Sorry for the lag. The lag is purely that factory over there. I don't know what it is. When we look in that direction, that's when we get lag spikes. That was a safe autosave. Where are we at? Guess it's not in here. I thought it was. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I don't spend too long looking for them. I don't care that much. Find a different one. I'm guessing it's just another... There's another entrance or something further down. Scrap is backing up when it should be using all of it. Very slight backup, but it does cause it to hiccup. Okay. Pimp my factory. I wouldn't be very good at that, actually. My creative skills are pretty bad. What the setting of your game? What are my settings? Just everything's on max. So I play in 1440p, everything's ultra cinematic, ultra far, whatever. Everything's just maxed out. I don't use any upscaling. Global illumination, actually we normally play on bright, but yesterday I turned it to dark because we were testing something. Turn that back. That's it. Nothing really too crazy to see. Imagine turning everything up to the max, and that's pretty much it. But like I said, in my desert world, the game runs like never drops a frame. It's just in this world, especially over here, it goes really bad. But if I go up north in this world, in the weapons factory, we're at 60 FPS, no problems. Where do I put the save file? I'm sorry. So if you go to my Discord, so do you use Discord? Discord, the chat software thing. So discord.gg/WDP is how you get to it. So if we go to what Darren played, so that'll take you to here, and then you go to Satisfactory. Oh, you can't see it because I'm in the way, but the Satisfactory channel. And you just drag and drop it like in here. And that'll work. I think it'll work anyway, pretty sure. Yeah. You just drag and drop and it'll be like, yeah, upload this to this thing. Good to see the trucks are running again. Ooh. Right, so this is what I was actually doing. I was upgrading these belts, wasn't I? So keep that going. In a while, hey Erica. It's also a really nice name. Erin and Erica. Right, continue upgrading these. Okay. Is that it? Mark 4. How dare you? Try to fool me. Still not right. I don't understand. Why would that be happening? Alright, we gotta follow this. These are still not quite Mark 5 for some reason, somewhere. It is the Attack on Titan, but lo-fi, by a YouTube channel called Rifty Beats. Oh, I never upgraded the top bits, did I? Like, we didn't go all the way yet. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Just see if we can fix that now. So, Mark 5. Okay, so that should now give us all the copper we need on this row. We'll just do this for the other 2 rows, and then that should mean that we're finally back up and running with the full amount of the AI limiters. And I'll check the Discord for that guy's save file in just a minute. I'm so stupid I can't find your Discord server. I'll post it in the chat. Discord.gg/WDP. Click it to make sure it works. Go to site. Yep, that's it. Opened it up right away. And then I can't remember, but I think on Discord you might have to click something that says like reveal all channels or something like that. I don't know. If you can't see it, but it should just be there. Satisfactory channel. Christ, the frame rate. I hope one day I can be as good as you. Or one day you'll be far better. Do I remember you? I've got to be honest, no. I hope the fix or rework truck routing is really finicky. You mean I hope they fix it? Yeah, I don't think they're going to be patching the game for a while. They said they're fully focused now on the console version, and then they hope to resume development on both at the same time, kind of thing. So I wouldn't imagine this is going to get any more updates for quite a while. I could be wrong, but I imagine maybe one hotfix or something if they want to do that, but then it's just going to be, that's it, until they do the console release. As far as I know, they had another company doing the console release, but I think they kind of decided to take more of it on board themselves. Maybe there was something they weren't happy with that company. Alright, we should have the full Mark 5, the full weight of Mark 5 belts now, moving all the way down. So this should be 487.5 if everything's working correctly. And that should be getting fully consumed. We just care about this top one for now. Although I do care about this one as well. 487.5. I mean, yeah, as long as it's about 480, it's probably fine. Although, actually, if it's 480, it could be wrong. There might be a Mark 4 somewhere. Yeah. Seems like it's not fluctuating. It's not going up at all. Alright, I'm just going to trace this one back. Make sure it's Mark 5 all the way. It's such a pain. We have to do it. Got it. Nice. I'll check it now in a minute. Once I'm done with this belt. Then we'll hop into Clip Bank's world. See what's wrong with his aluminum setup. Something I specialize in, I guess now. Aluminium. Mark 5 out of our minds all the way. Put that for a second. That's there. There, just to be safe. Just gonna get rid of this. Mark 5, that's Mark 5, okay. So it's the belt closest to me. Ah, I found you. Better. Alright, nice. Imaganami on Discord. Keep up the work, your builds are clean and make you want to get back into it. Nice. This is crazy. I haven't cared about Satisfactory in a while, then suddenly get recommended one of your videos, fall down a rabbit hole, look at your channel, and you're live. Hey, Nick. Nick13, cool name, by the way. They said unless the bug is game breaking, they'll focus on console. Yeah. Don't worry, a lot of people are like that for doing. It takes insane discipline. You know, I don't think I would be this disciplined if it wasn't for people watching me, you know? Alright. I'm gonna follow this belt down to the very end. They should both be running at 47.5 now, if we've done it right. Yeah, the top two belts. Looks good. Excellent. Alright, that should provide more Quickwire for these belts. So we need 600 per minute on these ones. That's the target. Counters do their thing. Let's see. Save file. Thank you. Let's get me out of Discord for a sec. Seems to be sending a lot more. Oh, I suppose they would have been backed up and full of ingots for a bit, but it should eventually go back down. And this should eventually get to 600, but that might take a while as well. Alright, we'll take a little mini break from this, and we'll check out this other save file, see if we can fix my factory, see what's going on. Room 23. Skibbity Bup is the name of this guy's save. For his world. Skibbity Bup. 328 hours. Wow. Let's check it out. Mod update notifier Taj's graphical overhaul. I haven't even heard of that. Give it a shot. Not to put him on blast. This is Clip Bank's world, and he has an issue with his aluminum, so we're going to try and solve it. The added readouts for per minute on belts. That's sick. Yeah, for 1.1. They're somewhat inaccurate, so it kind of calls into question things, but they're good enough. You can kind of tell what's going on. They fluctuate a bit. That's the problem. Oh, the frame rate on this. Look at this, guys. This is great. Lovely world already. Nice. All right, cool. Where's all my materials? I could go into advanced game settings, I suppose. Can we do that? And then I can just fly around the world, because otherwise I'll have to go around and get stuff and thing. Take ages. Let's just do that instead. Hop back out for a minute. Probably half of it was AFK, yeah. Just wanted to pop in and say hello. Hey, Funky Rhino. Still catching up on VODs. Glad to see you still going on with this series. Thanks. Yeah, appreciate it. This is, these streams are for the Update 8 world. So it was called Enlightenment. So the Desert series is still ongoing, though. What is that? Oh, it's the terrain, yeah. Alright, so we have to find this guy's aluminum factory. Interesting, you mark your deposits, do you? Alright, let's do advanced game settings, light mode, default. And no build cost. I can just build things if I need to. Brighten it up again real quick. Alright. Check it out. So, where do I need to go? Where's the aluminum factory? I have a smaller aluminum at the main bigger one is the one I'm worried about. The bamboo biome. Alright, let's go. Death crate. Nice roads with the lights. They're cool. I can give myself, I suppose, Blade Runners and a jetpack would probably be handy. How do I do that? Oh, there we go. There we go. Feels better already. I don't even want to be able to fly. I just like to fly on my own. And go faster this way. Looks cool though, man. Like this. That's nice. I guess zipline would be good or something. Or I could fly. I'll give myself the zipline. Oh god. Coming after me. This is part of it, is it? Oh yeah, that's silica production. Cool. Yeah, I just need to see the full machines and then I can see what's going wrong. The refineries, specifically. Alright, I think I know where it is. What am I working on now? So just now, that was previously we're in the copper Caterium factory. Right now I've loaded someone else's save who was having an issue with aluminum. And I was just kind of curious. You know, they said it's going wrong for, quote, no reason. So I was like, well, let's find out why it's going wrong. So they had a bunch of constructors down there. This is cool as well. Shout out to this. Belt track of copper and silica coming into the factory. Bauxite and coal joining this like belt track. And we're hitting the refineries here. Is this the main one? The one that we need to look at? Alright, I'll fly from here on out. Okay, let's take a look. Okay. Alright, so let's take a look at this. So water and bauxite in. 120, 180, 120 solution out. So just a standard aluminous solution recipe with some byproduct of silica. The two outside refineries making scrap are backing up. Oh yeah, okay. Do you mean just these ones in front? We'll have a look anyway. See what's going on. Where's your power poles actually? Through the ground. I was gonna look at your power grid just out of curiosity. Do you have a power? Let me just grab a power pole. Alrighty, so let's have a look at what they're starting with. So, you have 8 refineries, all just at 100%, I take it. All at 100%. So that's going to be 180 times 8. That's the amount of water that's coming in here, right? Okay. We'll have a look at what they're doing for recycling, if at all, in a minute. Okay, so we produce 120 solution and then another 120 solution. Those combined, they go into a buffer. The buffer then has to go up, which it does via a pump. Is placed dangerously close to the thing, but fair enough. Gets pumped, goes up, rolls around this way into this refinery. They're backing up with scrap, yeah. Well, I just always want to trace it from the beginning anyway, just to know. But I can see that now, yeah. That it will back up eventually. That's those two combined is the 120, 120, so that's the 240 goes in there, so that's all fine. Water comes back out, rolls back down, that's all good. Okay, so scrap's backing up. So what are you doing with your scrap? The scrap is going underneath here somewhere. Oof, haven't made it easy to check on the scrap, I guess. Me. Right, so scrap comes down from, there's 4 machines in line, so it comes down from each one of these points. 1, 2, no, that's coal. Right. 1. I'm so confused. Where are the other ones? Hang on. Alright, I tell you what. I'm just gonna have to do this. Sorry. See what's going on. It's hard to see these things. Got a merger there. And so we're doing a total of 360 plus 360 plus 360 plus 360. So 360 times 4 is 1,140. Let's see, where are they all going? So we've got one belt here, 360 going along. That goes into a merger. This goes into a merger as well. So Mark 4, Mark 4. But it must be a Mark 5. 360 plus 360 is 720. So Mark 5 should be able to handle that. Okay. Where's the other one going? Am I blind? Oh, these are rotated the other way. Oh, I see. Sorry, yeah. I didn't recognize that at first. My bad. The same thing with those. Okay. So those ones aren't backing up. That one is. And that one is. So these two are okay. Alright, so it's just the ones on the outsides. And they combine together over here. Yeah, so they go down here and they combine together there. So let's just double check. Mark 4, Mark 4, Mark 4. That's okay. And that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Alright, and then we know that the two 360s go into here. Mark 5. Alright, we'll just follow this to wherever it's going and see what it's consuming. This should be 720 as well, right? But it's stopping. There's a reason it can't do 720, because on the other side, on the receiving side somewhere, pitching. We're getting closer. Nice use of curved belts though, looks good. Alright, we're in the middle now. The belt that we need to care about. I'm just hovering over it, just making sure there's no Mark 4s anywhere by accident. Alright, and we go up here. I'm gonna have to just cut through and go up myself and see. Alright, here we are then. So, this is one line being split between 8 foundries. 8 times 90 is 720, so his math is correct. I know, I just have to check though. You can say it's all Mark 5, and even if it was built that way from the beginning, it's just, you never know. Alright, so my guess then is if the math is right, there's something probably wrong with the silica, or something could be wrong with how they're merging up. So let's check. 100%, 100%, 180, up. There's a problem. We're at 81% on that foundry, and 82 on this one. And it's not because they're low on scrap, because they're low on silica. This one's 100, this one's 100. So it's these two. Narrowing it down. So 2 foundries are not operating right. They're not getting enough silica. Now, how much silica do they need? 75 each. Where are they getting it from? So we have a Mark 5 belt in, and it's been split between 2. Okay, so it's just been split between 2. So we need 150, and we're not getting it. So looking at this, 80 and 81, you know, roughly 81, so we need 100, so we can say roughly 0.8 times, we can say 81 if we want, times 150. We're providing about 120. Now, some of it's been siphoned off earlier than that. Okay. I'm guessing some of it's been siphoned off again and again and again. Yeah. Right, so it's silica production that's having the issue. Yeah, so the reason, like, I don't know fully yet, but the reason the scrap is backing up is because it's not getting used in the foundry. It can't get used because there's not enough silica. So we got to find out, why is the silica not going in? Mark 1 belts. That be the case? He's got Mark 2, Mark 2, Mark 2. Let's just check. They're okay. I'll just cut this for a second. Was this okay? Yeah, that's correct. It's not that. It's just not enough, whatever it is, because the awkward thing now is just to trace how many of these he's feeding from one belt. Because there's a lot of splitting going on. But this is ultimately where everything's coming in. Okay, so give me this for a sec. Put a throughput monitor on this one. Dude. There's got to be a simpler way. Alright, we'll check this belt first of all. I'm sure this one's already going to have the issue though. 450. Let that calibrate. Let's see, how many are you feeding? That's a cool design, the X. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this belt, this one belt, is splitting to go between 1 and 2. But then some of it's coming back around in here. Oh my god. Sorry, I can't fly very easily. It's nothing to do with the build, it's just the game's controls. Yeah, there's a merger here, so some of it's coming back around. Where's that coming from? From a different side of things. Okay, well that's going to be like a nightmare to find that. So instead what I would do is just go to the source of where silica is made and see, is it equal to the amount that you're consuming. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what about these? These are at 100? To me it just seems like overall it's either the logistics are a bit too messy, or you're a bit short on the amount of silica you're providing, and that causes the scrap to get backed up. That does seem to be what's the case. I have 1200 silica coming in from being split in a weird way. Yeah. It is satisfying looking, yeah. I think some of the problem might be the way you're re-merging things back in. I wouldn't be surprised if the silica numbers are correct, but maybe because of how it's balanced, even the silica might be getting backed up. But let's see where the silica comes from. So what is it? It's 75. 1, 2, 3, 4. 16. 75 times 16. Yeah, okay, so you need 1200. Just follow the silica back. I'll just check the number is correct, and then I assume it's just based on the splitting is the thing that's messing with it. Right, so obviously some silica comes out of these. So we need 1200. You've got 16 times 50. 16 times 50. That means you need another 400 coming from elsewhere. Which is going to be those little constructors we found at the beginning. Upgrade belts on the second side to Mark 3 and put a smart splitter there to keep feeding the machines before. Possibly, I'm thinking that... Oh, that flickered yellow. You can't even get out. Plot thickens. Alright, so we have 8 here. 80. 1, 2, 3. Are they all clocked the same? No. Oh, they are clocked the same. Sorry, my bad. Okay, cool. So 80. 80 times 8, is it? 640. You're making more silica than you need. By my count. You needed 400. Some of it goes into the... Yeah, let me just check the aluminum. Hmm. $80 times 10? Oh yeah, sorry, there's 10, not 8. My bad. There's 800. But you only needed 400. Am I wrong in thinking that? I mean, they're backing up. Seems like it's too much. But I'll just test it my way. So let's just bring this down. Want these to make 400. So 10. 4. They need to be doing 40 each, right? Extra 400 comes to the aluminum system. Okay. Hey, only Walker. Just gonna paste this onto each one of these. These are now gonna do 400 per minute. This is just to see if I can balance it. Not that it needs to be. You could always overproduce it if you want. That's not the problem. Problem is getting it there. I need 1200 total for the iron ingots. I have 800 coming from here and the extra 400 from refineries. For the iron ingots. Is there a recipe where you make iron ingots with silica? I'm not really sure what you mean on that. I'm just here to do a job for aluminum. I'll follow this and then see where it's going again. Well, they were getting backed up, so either way, something was wrong. There were half as many. I counted the refineries wrong, did I? Alright, let me just recheck that, okay? So I know that in the foundries, they need 1200. Yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 all running at the same, producing 50 silica. Yeah? 50 times 8 is 400. Oh yeah, did I count that wrong then? Maybe I did. 50 times 8 is It's 400 silica. That's what you get. Minus 1200. You need 800. Okay, so yeah, I messed that up. 10 times 80 was correct. Sorry, my bad, my bad. Obviously just reversed the math. Excellent. So good, I just figured that one out. But yeah, interesting that they're getting backed up. So that just means, that tells me that like, the reason that they're short on silica is just down to merger or splitters then. That's all it seems to be. Yeah, sorry. I just counted it wrong. It's not a big deal. Alright, we'll go back up to 80. Alright, copy, paste. Alright, so they're back up to 80. 2 belts. Mark forward out of their mind. So 400 on each. Perfect. Great. Like the last turn on the scrap belt. There's so many different scrap belts though. I don't think scrap is the problem. Scrap is getting to the foundries. My thing is that it seems to be based on the silica. That's what it seems to be, to me. Silica was getting backed up in the constructors, even though he's making the right amount. And not enough silica was getting to the foundries. Why would I check what scrap's doing? Yeah, the left belt is super backed up. So that's the one that seems to be having the issue, right? Something's going on there. So both belt... Oh. There's an extra... You're making even more silica. Oh yeah. So each one's supposed to be doing 400 per minute, right? Let me just see. I'm sorry to do this. I need to see which one's the line that's coming from the refineries. I'm guessing this bottom one, right? Because the top 2 ones are the ones coming from the constructors. Yeah. Okay, so the bottom one is the refinery line. Okay. Top 2 are the constructor lines. I really like the look of some of these things. It's quite cool. Right, so the line on the right is the refinery line. This one you'd never want to back up, because that would hurt the refineries. That goes into a container. Out of the container. Now, so a container is not an even splitter. The belts have different priorities. So that could be an issue there. You're sending stuff out of 2 outputs. So yeah, that could be an issue there because they're not a splitter. So, you know, you've got 400 here and 400 here. So 400 is going straight in. And another 400 is supposed to be going in. So you're sending 800 into there. Then you're bringing the other 400 around this way and sending it into here while trying to send out something here, which could be anything really. I don't know. I don't know what the desired number is. Probably you want the difference, I would imagine, to make them both 600, right? I would assume, because then you can divide it between your 2 groups that are consuming 1200 in total. So it could be that. Like this is totally full, and this is going to the left side. Yeah, I think this is the issue then. That's what it seems like to me, because the left side are all working. The left side are all working, and the belt is getting backed up rather than getting the rest of it down this way. So that does seem to be the problem, I would say. And then he had some other extra thing going on where, probably because it wasn't working or something, that he added what came out of the end of one line wrapped around back into the other one anyway. Seemed a bit strange. So, yeah, let's try to fix it then. So, I'm going to delete this. I'll try to fix it with minimal changes. That would be really the ideal, wouldn't it? But just for a minute, let's just chop these off. So if we assume each of these lines is doing 400 per minute, he has Mark 5 belts. So if you want to get 600 on each and then feed each side, that's the way I would do it. Get rid of the containers. I was going to say minimal changes, but this could be way simpler, I think. If you've got 400 per minute on each and you want to get 200 on that one and 200 on that one, I mean, that's a really easy thing, isn't it? I was thinking we'd need priorities, mergers and stuff. We don't need any of that, I don't think. So let's go splitter here, or yeah, splitter here on the middle line. So which one was the refinery line? That was the refinery line. All right, see you soon. I would actually split it off of this line then. It's, you know, for symmetry, it'd be nicer to just take it off that one. But I think you want, this is the one you don't want backing up, ever. That's just 1 meter off the ground, it is. Hold control and then drag it into the bin to delete all items. Right, so our 400 goes in, and then it needs to merge onto one of these. I don't know how to do this without clipping, really, but... God, if it was just splitting this... okay, let's try to just split the center one, actually, then it's fine. We'll just give priority to that one, I guess, on the merger. That would probably be the smart thing to do, just in case things break. So, yeah, we'll stick with the splitter for this one. Doesn't need to be smart, just regular splitter, please. Up to there. Right, so our 400 goes in. Then we go onto a merger. Fortunately, these are a little close together, but if we just nudge it forward, whatever. I guess we could move it forward a bit more. So... oh, man. Sorry it breaks the symmetry, but at least hopefully the logic will work. My god, the trying to just fly, there we go, is so annoying. Okay, so now we've got 2 mergers, and I would actually make this a priority merger. It doesn't have to be, but I would do it personally because I'd be scared that the refineries would run out or something. So I would say, like, the priority is coming from the refineries first. You know, back up the constructors if you want. Now, the next thing really, for me, it would be pretty simple. Now we've got 2 belts of 600. So with 2 belts of 600, all of these are fed from that 600, aren't they? Because it's, yeah, 1200. So you just symmetrically split them, I suppose. You could even load manifold it. If you wanted to load balance it, it'd be pretty simple too. So this is now a 600, right? So we have a Mark 5, 600 per minute. So yeah, I guess I would probably have to remove a few of these things. In fact, probably remove all of it. Just keep the inputs there. Feels so bad, all this person's hard work. Leave that stuff intact. So I'm just trying to clear the belts that aren't all that old splitting. It doesn't need to be there, you know? All we care about is these things. I don't know what way they need to face really just yet. Scrap's probably... yeah, it's turned off now as well, that's fine. Everything's backed up at the refineries, but that's okay. Oh no, yeah, the scrap's up on top. Never mind. Alright, cool. Is this... this... I feel like they should all be facing the same way. Maybe I'm wrong. So, ultimately what we need to do is just grab these... These are all silica belts, right? Oh no, those are the ingots going out. I'll leave those where they are, just for now. So what are we splitting between? Is it 8? It's 8 machines. So a splitter and then another 2. Want to make sure I'm not crazy. We have a 600 going in. Split, we get 3, 3. What are you looking to consume? 75? Split that, split that. It's 300 divided by 3. 100. How do you split 600 into, like 600 divided by 8? That's what we need to do. A 1 to 8 splitter should be simple. I don't know why I'm struggling with that. It's just a 2 and then another 2, isn't it? Oh yeah, yeah. Got it. I just have to draw it out. I'm dumb. We need 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Quite a lot of layers, but it would load balance it anyway. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like a good layout now. I love the music in here, it's so funny as well. Let me just adjust this so it's the same as what I'm used to. So I'm used to having my splitter and then my merger. Hopefully this... no worries, thank you, appreciate that a lot. Flipbank. Yeah, so long story short, what was the problem? The problem seems to be 2 storage containers were sending stuff into each other. And that's not an actual effective way to load balance. I thought it was myself, but they don't act as splitters. One of the outputs has a priority over the other. The other issue, I didn't fully test it, but I would imagine is when you're trying to send from one side out around the other, without using a priority merger, there's no guarantee which one takes priority. So that way then it could have been backing up one line over the other, which seemed to be what was happening. So yeah, so hopefully that's helped. But ultimately, you do have... everything was good though, right? So you had 3 lines of 400 coming in. The only issue was just like how it was being sorted here. So I would just take those 3 lines, split one of the 400s, and merge it onto one of the other ones. That way you get 600, 600, 600. Am I right with thinking that? Oh, sorry, you just get 2 600s, yeah, of course. And then one of them goes on the left, one goes on the right, and you just divide it 8 ways, I think. It gets you to where you need to go. So... that's ultimately what has to happen. So I'd like to get it running. It would be fun. But I'd like to also do it where it doesn't look too crazy. So somewhere, I would almost bring it around the side. And then on here, I would split it like 8 ways. But it's difficult because the layout is like this X pattern, which is a cool pattern. But it makes it... that's what I'm trying to work out in my head. It's like... you almost want to use this method, but below, right? So you split, 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 split. As you go down the line. I mean, that's what you do to merge everything up. So I'd be tempted just to copy that and do that for splitting. Which would be a manifold. But that's what you do here. So I think that's acceptable then. It's not load balanced anyway. Yeah, so I would just mirror that. So in fact, I could mirror it in the exact same spot it's in, and that might make it look even better, or be a bit better. So even starting there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just so I know where to look. Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I like your patterns. I like the designs. It's all cool. Just trying to also stay out of the way of... some of these are inputs for... God, the silica, but obviously some are outputs for the ingots, so I was just getting a bit confused which ones are which. Are all the outputs here as well? That's what's really hard for me. I keep having to go upstairs to check that. Because, oh no, it's just there. I see. Okay, so you just go down. I see. Okay. So just that one is the merger output, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. We're aiming this way with each one, so it would be here, be 1. Could go the other direction as well, I guess, actually, depending on how you want to do it. Okay, so now I think what we do is grab our Mark V. Yeah, if you wanted to be more specific, you could even raise this by 1 meter, but I'll probably just bring this back down. That's our Mark V. Go across here. So this was up by 1, wasn't it? These go up in 2 meter increments. There is no 1 meter increments, so that's kind of annoying. Go here, I guess. This is literally just to get me to where I want to go. I don't know how to place a belt just slightly off the ground. Oh yeah, and that will be off the ground as well. So that's where we're heading. This isn't merging into anything, it's just I don't know how else to raise it. I'd probably keep the aluminum ingots on the ceiling or something. Keep this on the bottom. Just one rule for one. Excuse me. Oh my god. Sorry. That was a bad one. Alright, there we go. So now I can go. It can all go. None of that's now needed. The hell was that, man? Is there a lizard down there? Oh yeah, there is. Just in the he's just drowning. All right, so that's what I would do basically. It's just these things. Then you have a nice kind of rib cage look to it, just like you have upstairs, feeding your X pattern. I know that being a meter off the ground for me or whatever is a bit weird, but like so I've had to make some concessions there quickly, and I'm not perfectly lined up, but you get the idea. And then we'll check these machines, see if they're still running correctly. Feel bad having to have them offline for so long. Pop this back where it was. Alright, and the last one is here. So, and then we have to do the same on the other side, and then we'll check it if it's working. That was fun. I like doing these things. I think in a video format or a proper stream where I'm actually really thinking about these things, probably make it a bit snappier, a bit more fun, but it was still fun to quickly look around and check out these things, and it's cool seeing other people's factories. This is a good one. There we go. Mark II'd out of our mind. Is that storage box being used as a silica load balancer? Yeah, haha. Yeah, so I used to do the same thing. I thought the same thing, but we tested it recently, where if you build one of these, let's say, and we have another thing here. Oh god, do it here. Yeah. So best way to show this, I think, is we just get a belt of some sort of distance speed. We'll do a 480, right? And then a 270 and a 270 out. Go build another container here or something. If you can. One game, just let me do it. So a lot of people, myself included, would assume that, like, if we fill this now, let's just pop this in. Would assume 480 in, and then 2 of these, they'll be even on the way out. And they are. Why are they? They shouldn't be. Because we tested this before where they're not. Because that should be 540. Oh, actually, they might not be. It might be really look like that. But what we saw is that one belt would be full and one wouldn't be. Like, one would be 270. They both have gaps, though, so this is a bad example. We tested it before, so I don't know what the trigger is to do this, because the idea would be that this is not really a load balancer then. Would it be different if I sent it into the bottom, I wonder? Can't remember what we did to test it. Because it looks pretty level now. But when we did test it on stream and that was shown to be different, I was like, oh, really? Oh yeah, it is different. Marginally different. So we're sending in 480 and we have 2 belts bringing stuff out. And the belts are capable of 270 each. Although they're probably doing 240 each, actually, so it is even. I don't know. Anyway, I wouldn't trust it because we've definitely seen it before. I'm probably just not illustrating it well. But there's definitely something wrong with this, where it's like, oh, it doesn't send out at both outputs equally. And I think that's probably what the problem was. Although I suspect actually what the real problem was that this group was looping around to that group, and I think that might have been causing an issue, preventing this group feeding in. Right, so there was 2 lines, you know, line 1 going that way or whatever, line 1 going that way, metaphorically speaking. This was then like sending its stuff around to that one. I think this had the priority, and therefore this was getting backed up, and it was backing all the way up back to the constructors. I think that's what was happening, personally, from my read on things. But also, I think you didn't need the buffers anyway, but my read on things is that when we looked at this before, I mean, this is working how I thought it works. But when we tested it on stream, people schooled me and said, like, no, that's not how it works. And we did test it. It was showing, like, one of the belts coming out the top was, like, full and the other one wasn't. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So, I don't know. Yeah, I won't forget the other side. We'll do it and we'll make sure everything works. I was just trying to illustrate that point, but badly. But yeah, now since seeing that, I avoid using those as load balancers. With priority mergers, that's how you load balance now. This would probably have worked if we just switched the... I wonder if the simplest change to the build is just the merger that this was looping around here, this belt here, and it was merging into something. If you just put a priority merger on that and said that this didn't have the priority, that might have just fixed it too. Anyway, right, let's do the other side real quick. And then we have to empty out the refineries to make sure they run okay. So in order for this to work, we now have to delete all of this stuff again. All the inputs, specifically. That. This is the out. Yeah, that's the one I was just avoiding. Okay, cool. I think so, anyway. Yeah. Like, what's going on there? I have no idea. Oh, that's another machine. Yeah, okay. Alright, so just like this one, again, I'm not going to be able to build it nicely, but I would send this somewhere along down here to match the other side, right? Yeah, so we were sending it up from here. I need to raise it just by 1, right? Something like that? Somewhere like that, roughly. Alright, just line this up quickly. Mark 2. Clean that one up, I guess, a little bit to help it out. Okay. I like the chrome belts, by the way. They're cool too. An industrial storage container usually prefers the belt that is built first, but it can switch priority after a save load, according to the wiki. Alright, well there you go. Yeah. Yeah, just wouldn't trust them. Priority merges now kind of solves the issue anyway. That you could run into. Are all these belts... So you've made... I don't know how this knew to be that color. Is it because you made this primary? Oh yeah. You made the unpainted the primary color. That's pretty cool actually. And it makes sense. It hasn't been painted. Right, so I'm just going to empty out the refineries and that will restart this kind of system. And then we should see if it works. Alright, I'm relatively new to the game, but I've been following your series. I've really improved on my initial spaghetti factory, so thank you. And thank you, Joseph. Appreciate that the kind words, thanks. Interestingly, none of this stuff is really backed up. Oh yeah, we'll just empty the scrap out and we'll see if it gets full again. How did the silica not back up when I turned it off for so long? I don't know. Maybe he has overflow or something. Alright, so just empty all that out. You're pretty heavy on solution. I'll just empty that out as well. And now we'll just... Yeah, this one too. Just leave it running and see how that's going then. Alright, cool. Zanat Huja, hey, good to see you, man. And thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. That's gone to Yanol, David, Castro, Renova, Swarls, Andrew Helmkamp, Nykirk, Mischievous Quanar, Miguel, Chaotic Shock, Gaming, and Trey Cox. That was the, yeah, I didn't even notice that. That was the Player Obscure soundtrack. Why? I don't see why that's the thing. You didn't need to do that. If you're just going to go up and come straight back down to the same... And then... I don't get it. The only reason you... There's no... Yeah, I don't even know what to... I'm so confused why that's even a thing. Like, I'm going to put a pump on it to pump it up, bring it back down, and then bring it up to the height I need. You don't need to bring it up and down in the first place then. Doc told him to do it. Ah, Doc. Good man. Confusing people. Overcomplicating things. These wannabe engineers. I think he is an engineer. But it's not real life, this game. So my point is this. So this pipeline, right? If we just put the pump here, aiming forward, this sets the head lift 50 meters above this point. Yeah, 50 meters. Your pipe, from here on out, wherever you go, is 50 meters above this point. You can reach it. So 50 meters above from here. Same thing. Going up and then coming down. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. You could cut that pipe here and just join it onto this segment and just continue. And it's still 50 meters. It's 50 meters from that point. You don't need to go up and down. It's not doing anything. The only reason people do this in the game is to cheese it. So let's say you get rid of these two altogether, right? We have 3 pipelines. And we bring one pipe up. And then one pipe back down. But we merge it onto the 2 at the bottom. Now we're setting the head lift for all the pipes to be 50. But it doesn't make sense to do it for a single pipeline. Because it's not achieving anything. I could explain, but it would be a lot. No, that's okay, yeah. I know why roughly people do this, but in this scenario, it doesn't seem to make much sense to me why you would. Just for that. It actually kind of looks cool, so, you know, that's all well and good. But it was like, it's just because I was trying to diagnose the issue earlier. It's like, oh, it just seems like a little bit overcomplicated. It's like, this seems like overcomplicated. It's like, you had a pump, so the pipe could just continue on. It doesn't need to go up and down and loop around. In fact, like, we could just delete this. Alright, just cut it there. Cut that there. The hell is... I can't even interact with that segment. Got like a graphical anomaly. I can actually sit through this as well. I don't even know what that is. Okay. Well, anyway, this could just go there now. The same thing. head lift is still 50 from this point. Not that it matters. It doesn't change anything either way. It just would have saved you time. But yeah, one thing I don't get is having a pipeline that then receives some of the recycling water. That's fine. But then the other 3 are done differently than that. But whatever. Unless they run short of water, we don't need to check that. They've been running for a little while now, but still not getting enough water. Is that because we're just waiting on the buffers to fill? Yeah, the buffers have to fill to halfway, and then things can run. I mean, I don't... That's why I don't use them. Do buffers reset the head lift? Because I kind of also feel like you don't need the pumps there, but maybe I'm wrong with that one. I actually don't know. I don't think they do. Thanks, by the way. You didn't have to super chat, but I appreciate it. 3 scrap refineries are providing water for 2 solution refineries. Then pump and the other scrap refinery are providing water for the rest. Yeah. Thanks, by the way. When you load up a save file from someone else, you always start in the hub? Yes. I like that you stacked the buffers on top of each other. That's cool. Yeah, I see what you've done actually, yeah. It makes sense. Yep, it's just a matter of waiting for those buffers to fill, I guess, with this system. That's why, my new system, yeah, I don't use them, just because you don't have to wait for them to fill. They're not needed, but in this kind of thing where you're merging and sending this recycling into different pipes, I guess you kind of do need it, just in case. But we're getting up to 100 now. It's happening. Just taking time. This one will take time, too. We'll get there, though. I have no doubt. Wasn't getting water pressure for some reason, added pumps. Yeah, weird. Well, let's just do it while I'm waiting. Let's do a couple tests, just out of curiosity. Alright, I think we've done this before, but give it a shot. Actually, I should do it down there. It'd make more sense. I want to test head lift and see when does it cancel. Built my first foundation. Make life a tiny bit easier. We'll just go from this point, because then we can see the lines in the meters a bit easier. Alright, so let's just give this power. And then buffer. So just a little test. Well, first test, we'll do a control test. So we'll go, that's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. 24, 28, 32. So let's start there. This is 32 meters high. We would expect that the water will not reach this, even with a Mark 1 pump. My god. Alright, there we go. Making our water, it's going to flow along, and it'll stop somewhere around here. It should never make it to this segment of the pipe. Too high up. Okay, that's right. Next up, do a pump. Just a standard pump, first of all. There. Pump in. We'll reconnect that. Won't power the pump. Water still flows through. And we still don't get water into here. Okay. Well, there you go. Who needs power, right? What's up with that? I don't have no power mode on. No build cost in flight mode. Although that said, it seems to have kind of stopped. So maybe that was just a little first placement glitch. It doesn't seem to be flowing anymore. It's just kind of stalled. Let's just switch this off for a second. Reset that. Full network. Flush it. It looks like, yeah, it turns out I'm just cheating the whole time. Alright, so full network has been emptied. Great. Alright, cool. Turn it back on. Let's go again. Shouldn't get past there, right? Unless it does and it just can't flow. That'd be interesting. It'd be different. I'll tell you what, give me any power shards or something. I'll just leave it. It's 120 per minute, we'll just have to wait. Alright, this is full, that's full. Now it's like even worse. Now it's like barely even able to go through just even this part. Well, like, actually that makes sense because this segment is a... Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Fine, so it's in there, but it can't go up. Which is fine. It should be able to get to here, you know, roughly. So seeing this segment is all one, that's fine. That's what we expect, basically. So, good. That's fine by me. Pump activated. Now we're good. And if we use this, we should be able to see where our... Oops, this thing. So our head lift is going to get us to there. Yeah? So that's where we need to go. Although, looking at it, it seems to be going through again. I don't know why. Is it just because of the way I've done the segments? I guess maybe that's why. What's going on? Or no, 20 meters. Yeah, so from here, 20 meters. 5 of these is 20 meters. That's 20 there. And then we've gone an additional 12 over that. And so again, it seems to give you a bit through there, but not all the way. So that's fine. Whatever. That's whatever. It's fine. Okay, so it's, you know, principally it still is working effectively. It's just it was able to push the first bit of liquid through. I guess the pipe segment is long and awkward, so I understand. Fine. It's not. It stops. That's ultimately what we wanted to see. The next thing I wanted to see, right, was whether or not the buffer cancels this. So it cancels the head lift. We'll go to a Mark II pump now, so we can now go up all the way and even more. So we connect back in, power this back up. Up we go. Now we've got the head lift obviously to go to 50 meters from this point. So that would be 10 of these. Push this out a bit. That'd be 40 meters. This would be 48. So we'll just go to there, I guess, and just see. The question was, you know, does this buffer, or it's not even a question, I'm just curious, you know, does the buffer cancel the head lift? I don't think it does. As far as I know in the code, buffers just act like a big pipe. So we should be able to make it in just fine. Unless I did my math wrong, right? So that's 8 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 times 4, 12 times 4, 48. You have 50 meter head lift, so you should be able to receive soon. We have to wait until it has to fill everything else first before it can go up there. Water towers allow you to centralize all pumping. Yeah, that's not really what was going on there, though. You know, not to, I understand, you know, not to pick on Clip. Because it's totally fine. I make a billion mistakes. But I just showed that, like, this was going up and then back down and then just continuing out. And I just cut it and sent it straight out. You know, this didn't really make sense. Water towers, I hate having this argument because some people think they're useful or they make sense. They don't make any sense in this game. They have no purpose. Unless you want to cheese the game and combine the head lift onto a series of like 50 water extractors, which you could do, or pipelines. You want to save using pumps. It's a great thing to do. But it is, I mean, make no mistake, it is like an exploit to cheese. It's a way around having to build pumps. That is what it is. This thing is almost full, which means the next one to fill will be this, in theory. It just gives it, there we go. Yeah. So that makes sense. So the head lift does continue through. No problem there. No, it's fine, I'm still learning. That's cool. So what a lot of YouTubers are telling people about water pumps is typically an exploit. Or they're just trying to, you know, play the role of an engineer, and that's fine. But this game just unfortunately doesn't operate. There's no pressure in this game. People describe it as pressure, but there isn't any pressure. I mean, there's push pressure a little bit, but there's no pull pressure. A real pipe in real life has vacuum pressure. Pulls liquid towards it because of empty. There's nothing in there. That's how you get force, like real force. But this game doesn't have that. And that's why a lot of people like apply real world stuff to the game and realize like, oh, it doesn't work. So this is fine. We have our head lift, all well and good. If you want to see what an actual water tower can do, we can do that real quickly. In terms of cheesing the game real quick. So, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this. Let's say we have a water extractor and we clock it down to like 1. We're virtually no power cost. And then we build a tower, and I'll just go up to just this height, that's fine. As an example. And we grab our pipeline, and we send this up, do whatever we need to do, up as high as you want. To set whatever head lift you want. You know, this could be the new head lift. Now bring this back down. You don't need a buffer at the top. It can help if you, I mean, if you want, but you don't need it. Right. Let's see if I've done this correctly. Okay, almost there. Cut this for a second. Now. Oh no, don't tell me the water's not deep enough here. Come on, man. Alright, I'll just pop this over here somewhere. Are you kidding me? Okay. Alright, I'll paint them different so it's much more clear what's happening. So this is our red extractor, this is our red pipeline. Turn off the shiny color, I guess. Oh my god. We'll use this sort of piss green color or whatever. Right. So just to make that a bit more clear. Okay, so just connect this as well. Turn this one on. Right, so now we've got a water extractor running at 120 per minute. Yeah, standard amount, normal amount, cool, whatever. Going along here, and we want it to go up into that fluid buffer. Right, but it's not going to be able to. because this is too high. So here's the water tower method, right? We have an extractor here. It's virtually clocked to nothing. Doesn't really matter. And it's trying to pump up. So we'll give it a pump to get it up to that height. So we'll just start wherever. It doesn't really matter. Okay, and is this going to be 50? 1, 2... Well, let's just see. We're actually just shy of where we need to be, so just put another one here. Alright, so now we're pumping, and we're able to get all the way up and bring this all the way down. Yeah? We have a look. Our water is here, whatever, that's fine, but it's not going to make it up any higher. At least we don't think. Right, there's nothing going in here. I think now that the idea behind this is, with this set to virtually nothing, being pumped up to this height, right, and then coming back down, we're able to basically connect this in now. And this pipeline is now getting the head lift from these pumps, despite it not being connected to the water extractor that's actually doing the volume. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. And we could add many water extractors, not just 5, but many, onto this like little fake network that we have. And it should set the height, I think, of all of these. Pretty sure that's how it works. We'll have to give it a minute. I might have done it wrong, but that's typically how it does it. Yeah, Mountain Dew color. So what you can end up doing is you could have like 100, let's say you need like 100 water extractors, you got like 30 pipelines or 10 pipelines, 20, whatever it might be. You connect them to this fake pipeline that's doing virtually nothing, but it has its head lift set really high, and then the rest can reach that height. That's the idea behind the water tower. Otherwise, it's just not really needed. If you're putting a pump to get liquid up there, you don't need to go up and then down. Just send it wherever you need to go. Unless you want to just organize it and have it in one place, that's fine. But there we go. We're starting to get some water coming up now. Of course, the pipes have to be full first, so we're just waiting on that. But the fact that water's appeared here at all shows you that this kind of works, I guess. There we go. Look at that. How did we do it? You know, we didn't add a pump to this network, but we've joined it onto a kind of a fake network, and now we could add way more volume and way more pipelines, and we just keep branching them onto the same little fake bit. As long as we branch it off, we could just branch this off then in a different direction, and now it's all set the same. It might be backfilling. It should fill this. But I could have done it wrong, because I never really do this, but this is typically how it works. Hey, you're right though, it is backfilling. So I'm not sure what I've done wrong, but that's typically the way it's supposed to go. It has stalled. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't think so. How did it get up here then? At all? It wasn't able to do that before. Well, it's not working, so I'm kind of failing at this explanation, but I've definitely seen this. Trust me, I know that this is what people do. I just probably haven't done it right. But the way it basically works is a pump isn't physically pushing water, it's setting the height that a pipeline can reach. And if you extend the pipeline onto other pipelines, it's setting the head lift for all. That is, I promise, that is how it works. But I obviously, maybe they've either changed it or I've done it wrong. Again, I've never done this. Or you do need the buffer at the top, I'm not sure. Because this looks like this one has just tried to go up there and it can't, and this has tried to go up here and it can't. Maybe this needs to be set harder or higher, I'm not sure. Oh, those pumps haven't activated yet. That could be why. I don't think these ever started. Concept is correct, just the volume of water in the tower is very small. It's not about this water though, it's about the other one. It's about the green one, is the one that's supposed to get the benefit. Like, this will obviously go up and come down now, and that makes sense. But the point here would be that, well, you didn't need to go up and down. You could have just went straight across. The reason people do these things is normally... So, like, this wouldn't be cheese. It's not cheese to just send water up and bring it down. That's fine. Anybody could do that. The, quote, cheese or exploit aspect is the fact that you can combine it with other pipelines, and it sets the head lift for all. Yeah, this is emptied out now. Well, it's kind of a roundabout example of it, I suppose. But the fact that this is emptied out, it doesn't have a pump, but it's on a network that has pumps. You can see, in principle, how that does work. It's not quite the way I was supposed to show it. I was supposed to show it by having just very little water in here. Or it doesn't. Actually, I've never seen anyone do it with very little water, but most people do. It's like you could just set it to like something small, as long as those pumps are active. This should be the one that's really doing the work to get its liquid up there. And it's like, well, how is that able to get its water in there without a pump? Despite, you know. But it's because it has the head lift set already. So that's what I was trying to show. Anyway, I found that you want to turn your pumps to 100% and use the valves to control the numbers of the output. Yeah, the numbers of the output are actually really, you can check the wiki, but they're known to be like extremely problematic. They're not accurate. So the numbers of, and this, trust me on this one, I said trust me before and it wasn't a great example, but it's on the wiki. You don't have to take my word for it, but they work to like the closest integer division number. So it's like, if it's you set it to 200, it'll actually be like 202, something like that, or it'll be 198. It's like this, whatever. I can't remember what the number is. Valves do work. I like valves, but I wouldn't use them for pinpoint accurate numbers because it can be a little off in either direction. Sometimes you're okay if it's a little more, but if you're just on the cusp where it's under it, you could be off. And the wiki explains it. Anyway, to fix my factory today, or in this segment of our stream, I guess, we could check it now. So it's been running for a while, right? So none of them are backed up anymore. This is at 97%. It's probably just about to get to 100 soon enough. That's also at 97. Not getting backed up with silica though or anything. Not getting backed up with alumina. That's at 99. That one has a bit of silica in it. 100. Alright, so the ones that were doing scrap, they were getting backed up. That was the quote problem that we were asked about. So that seems to have been fixed now. Go on to our foundries. See if they're running correctly. They round to the nearest... No, it's not the round to the nearest even number. I'll just read the wiki for you. Satisfactory valve. Due to the finite number of valve values, trying to use precise numbers can prove detrimental. For example, in a 3 to 4 sloppy alumina to electrode aluminum scrap setup where the third refinery's output is whatever, you'll be unable to fully output through a valve set to 120, as the actual value is only 118.1. In this system, it would be necessary to set the valve to 121, because then the real value would be 120.5. So that's how it works. There's real values. The allowed values. So these are the numbers that will actually work. Why is that? I don't know. It's something to do with like... Oh, they're coded. Yeah. Valves have finite discrete values. Setting it to 240 will round it up to 240.9. So this is why I say don't bother. don't do that. Unless you're aware of this, and then you can work with those numbers, and then it will be fine. But yeah, they're, you know, for most people, I think it's like they don't know that. Why would you? It doesn't say you in the game. I didn't know that either. 96%. Oh, we're low on scrap now. Oh, well, that actually makes sense, because the machines are at like 98, 97%, so yeah. You have to wait for them to be full, for these to be full. They have their silica, at least. The ones that didn't have silica, it's that one. Yeah, just need a bit more scrap. Manifolding scrap can take a while, because it's 500 per stack, so understandable. I like water towers, not to cheese for less pumps, but I just want to provide head lift for an entire factory in one place. Oh yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, I'm down with that. No problems there. My disdain for the water tower thing is when people use it to cheese the game. I mean, people can do whatever they want. It's fine. And truly, I really don't mind. But it bothered me when I had people telling me, it's like, why don't you build a water tower and like just like get the head lift? And I'm like, well, I don't want to do that. I don't know. I just didn't want to do that. Wish I could have a valve counter so we can see how much water's going in. But I think it's probably primarily from that one. The idea would now be like, oh, you can combine onto this in different places and send it off to different places. And now any like, if we send a pipe off this way, I don't know if it'll display for me, but it'd be interesting if it does. But the hologram should show me that it goes all the way up. I think. Might not even see the hologram because it's actually pretty high. But you think with a standard pump, like, yeah, it's obviously going all the way because there's no thing to latch onto. Keep going and just see, does it end anywhere? I feel like when the hologram's far enough away from the source, it just doesn't display. Yeah, I just don't think it displays. I've seen that in factories where it's just one single pipeline and everything, but... behind each other, not in front of each other. Doesn't really make any sense. Also, some trucks are just deciding to stop moving. Don't know what that's about. There's a lot of like little minor, it's like nitpicky stuff, but it kind of mounts up over time, unfortunately. But it's great to have like a lot of the other features, like vertical nudging and infinite nudging now. That stuff is great. Come on, man, 98. I mean, we're basically at 100 if it's not stalling anyway, so. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there. We'll head back over. Fun to check this out. I kind of wonder if you just loaded in and added a priority merger, would that have just solved it? Without doing any of the other stuff. Because I think it probably would have. It all came down to everything was being made correctly, it just wasn't getting to where it needed to go correctly. Anyways, it's probably because they mapped pipe capacity to fit 256 bits. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm not very, like, I'm actually a programmer, but I'm not a technical programmer. I'm like a gameplay one. So I'm not very good when it comes to like memory allocation and stuff like that, but it does seem to be something to do with floats, I think. The amount of decimal points they can have, and then it's all subdivisions of that, apparently. Valves work at like, valves do work, and I think if you're broadly looking to limit your flow, they can do that. But what they're really best at is just setting the direction. They just guarantee things flow in one direction. That's what I use them for. Alright, God, I feel like I haven't done that much today. So we were improving the copper that I make here to get Quickwire rolling at 600 per minute. Speaking of load balancing and things like that, that's what we're doing here. So these are belts of 720 per minute each. So there's 4 belts of 720 per minute going this way. And they should now, after being 720, they should go down to being 600 per minute, at least if we've done it right. But we're just still waiting on some of the copper to come in to get these all running. You need copper and Caterium to make Quickwire here. Then the excess that we're sending out goes back. So it's 480 that just goes back. And temporarily, I'm just sending it into an awesome sync just to make sure it runs. So these belts, 600, 600, 600, and 600, 4 of them combined. They roll into 4 lines of... Yeah, that looks right actually. 602, 600. Nice, get rid of that. This is the thing with these counters. They kind of go up and down a bit. But yeah, they're going in to make AI limiters. And we've hooked them up to go into an awesome sync also. They should be doing, when they're all running, 120 per minute. Or rather, just 2 full solid lines of 60. Oh, actually, I didn't do it right. There's some coming out here that I didn't send in. That's my bad. That's just temporary. It's just so we can drain everything, make sure everything's moving all the time. $256 max equals 8 bits. That is 1 byte. 8 bits is 1 byte. 256 itself, not sure how many bits that is. Need some lights in here. Yeah, it's dark. Even there are some lights, but it still just gets dark on different parts of the factory. Be happy with this now. So the goal was then to get all of the other bits of Quickwire up and running. So I'm going to go out to the... and then to load balance the belt. That's what I want to do before then I wrap up today. So I ultimately want all of the Caterium flowing and all of the Quickwire flowing out. So I disconnected the belts down there temporarily, and we're going to trace these back. These are all doing Quickwire. And again, this will be temporary until we sort out how to make it look better. They're all going into different factories, or they're just going into these containers. So I'm just going to build a few awesome sinks, and they can go into those. Again, just to keep them running. Until we send them into the train station. And then a proper awesome sink room that doesn't clip through the walls. Power pole's over this way. Same kind of needs to be done for the wire. Yeah, it's so dark in here. Is it nighttime outside? Looks like it is, actually. There we go. Better. Yeah, so I don't know what's going where anymore. These were full of Quickwire, yeah. More about the core resources that I just want to get going, and then once they're all running correctly, then we can tidy up things. Been using belt counters at all? No, I'm not a fan, because they just fluctuate. I don't like seeing them fluctuate. My belt counter is just using a power pole and making sure power is running at 100%. Like if power is dead even, then I know everything's running correctly. Like I throw them down just to see very quickly, and if it's like roughly in the range that I expect it to be, then I'm like, okay, yeah, it's probably right, and then I just delete it. But it's like, this is 600 per minute, you know? Or at least it should be. If we put down a counter here, put a counter there, a counter here. They're all doing the same amount. And we'll let them calibrate. I'll come back when they've calibrated. To me, I think they would work great if they just had a longer average time. So it's like, no machine, I think, takes longer than 2 or 3 minutes in the game. Something like that. So it's just like, set it to 3 minutes. So don't change until 3 minutes passes. Or let me configure it. You can actually interact with them. So it's like, do I want this to refresh? And I'm not talking about calibration, I'm talking about after the fact. Refresh every 30 seconds, 1 minute. Because that way it's like getting a longer average. It seems to react much quicker. It's like things are in this game are made in batches. You can't like react to it every 2 seconds. It has to be like longer than that. But sometimes they work great. It's like, yeah, this is totally on point. But other times I see them like fluctuating, but I'm like, the machine's running at 100%, so I don't really know. It's like, it's impossible to do 603 per minute, you know? I know that. Because I know how many machines are hooked up. It's not possible. So I can't trust them. But it's good to go like, oh, it's fluctuating between these 3 values. Well, the average is probably the one I want, so. Alright, so yeah, we need to hook up the rest of these and send them out this direction. But they need to be load balanced somewhat. To be 780 per line each. That's just temporary. So, just trying to think how to best to do that. 720. Well, really, priority merges are a great way to do it. I don't think how many lines we've got. I need to go upstairs. How's 1.1? Any major bugs I need to be aware of? Well, it's out for everyone now. Major bugs? Depends on your definition of major. Nothing too major, I don't think. There's a couple, like if you're used to hot swapping your equipment. So let's say I press number 4. Take out the jetpack, that's great. If I press number 4 again, I should be taking out the hover pack. But I didn't. It got uploaded into my dimensional depot. That wasn't there before, that's there now. It's a small thing. But if you're used to doing that, it's like, oh, it's just little things to be aware of like that. The major bug for me is that trucks are deadlocking randomly and then they undeadlock themselves. Like, that's a bit of a pain. But beyond that, it's not too bad. Priority power switches are bugged. Destroyed my entire 300 gigawatt power network. I've actually never ever used them. I couldn't ever think of a use for them. I've never bothered. But yeah, that sucks. That sucks. That's just why I haven't encountered that, I guess. I've never used them. Yeah, I kind of think it's a bit shitty that they've just moved on from it. I think it's a bit shitty. I think they're a nice company, nice people and everything, but it's a bit shitty to leave it the way they did. It's experimental and they didn't really fix any of the feedback people had. Beyond game-breaking feedback, so it's like, okay. Whatever, man. Wonder why that's getting backed up a bit. My entire save depends on priority switches. Damn. Guess to wait for a patch? I don't think they're patching it. The reason I say that, maybe they will, like I could be wrong. It'd be great if they do. But it's just that on their recent stream, they said they're only going to fix game-breaking bugs, if any arise, and that they're going to focus on the console version. And then when they bring the two to parity, then they're going to release like updates and DLC together. Does your daytime mod affect the number of in-game days? I think it does, so your days since incident isn't probably correct. But I don't know, I actually haven't tested it. Pictro, thanks so much for the super chat. I wiped my whole save and binned everything. When rebuilding all the standard parts, should I just aim to utilize Mark IV inputs and call it a day? Well, there's no harm in doing that. But I don't really know what you mean. When building all the standard parts, so things that you build with, is that what that means? Like standard parts? That I aim to utilize Mark IV inputs? I guess I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Like, there's definitely no harm in having a belt speed too high. So there's no... I don't see a negative. But if you're saying that you're aiming to use 480 per minute, like I'm going to make 480 concrete per minute, I'm going to make 480 iron plates per minute, some of that might be a bit high. Maybe. Oh yeah, they're backed up because they can't get out. That's fine. Right, I just wanted to work out. So there's 13 on a line, and I want to see how many lines aren't doing anything. Oh, you're back. Yeah, nice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, well I think the easiest thing to do is still just create belts of 720, because that's 8 machines together, and then figure out how we load balance those belts. I think that's the best thing to do. So let's try that. And then we're left at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The annoying thing. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Right, so just to refresh people on what I'm doing. Right, so we have this huge copper caterium factory. This section is where the caterium gets refined into Quickwire. It gets refined into Quickwire by combining with copper. So the two mix, it makes fused Quickwire. I think the Milanote document we have here. So pure caterium ingots go to make fused Quickwire, and they also go to make fused wire. These numbers are really nice because the amount of the amount of copper ingots that this requires is the exact amount that you get out of the pure copper recipe. So you get 37.5 ingots per refinery, and these assemblers take 37.5 ingots. At least for copper. It's not so nice on the balancing of the Quickwire. This place was built to run with Mark 5 belts, and we were up to Mark 4, but now we've got 5. Now I'm trying to load balance it, and these need to be doing 780 per minute each, or as many as possible. I want to get them up to 780 per minute each, let them flow out. So in order to do that, 8 machines, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is giving us a belt of 720. Now in the game, there's the priority merger. So this will help us merge 60 onto the belt of 720 to bring us up to 780 and not affect or back up any of the other lines and just continue that out. So that's ultimately what my plan is. There's a couple ways of doing it. We could make as many 720 belts as possible and then use all the remainder on a single line and branch 60 off of it every time into all of these others. That's probably the way I'm going to do it. It seems the most elegant. The other way is to do what I was kind of doing over on that side, which is to do it per line individually and try to bring them to 780. So I like the idea of having all the overflow on one separate line and just merging it all into the 780s. That's what I'm going to try and do. So I just thought I should mention that's what's going on. So I'm just going to let things get flowing again. Actually, should I do that? I probably shouldn't even do that. Oh no, yeah, I'll do that. Fine. Right, so that can be 781. This will need to be a 781 as well. We'll need belt tracks, so I'll use these colored ones. I'm actually thinking I'll space these out. Get rid of those. They can stay together, that's fine. But on this red foundations I'm looking at here, we'll keep them spaced. That just gives us more room to do the switcheroos. In here, actually, I'll just move that over to here, so there's even spacing between the both of them. Alright, cool. That's totally fine. So there goes our first 720. We're going to make them all 720s, and then we'll figure out what to do with them. Thanks so much for the super chat support, by the way. Really do appreciate it. Very much helpful. And the channel memberships. They're a good modding community who can patch these. The modding community is actually really great. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what can and cannot be patched, you know. Like with the priority merge. Like I don't know the nature of the bug for the priority power switches, so I guess I don't know if that can be fixed or not. Certainly the modders do fix a lot of random things like that in between patches, so mods can now be updated. 1.1 just went to stable recently, so now mods are being updated a bit more quickly. They said they're not going to do any patches for a while. If that's true, then modding will become more and more stable and prolific for a little while. But I imagine things will get handled if they can be, because there is like people who mod this game are actually like really good at like programming and stuff, so they can do deeper things than some other games. So yeah, I'd be hopeful, but I obviously can't guarantee it. But yeah. You're right, that was confusing. Basically just asking for a recommendation on how much ore to dedicate to screws, plates, rods, the single phase or basic ingot to constructor parts, if you have one. I can show you what I did. I can't say necessarily what's like the best or anything, but I mean, if you watch my videos, you might even get an indication of what to do. But these are all available, by the way. If you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory and you go to planning documents, you can find these things. So in this world, my first factory was the basic start setup. And this is literally all I did. It's all in one video. And it was just using the 60 belts, you know, Mark 1 belts, just to get a little bit of everything up and running. So everything has been made here, including... So this is what you're ultimately getting out of it. You have 4 rotors per minute, 2 smart plating, 5 by the end of it, I should say 2 rotors, 3 reinforced iron plate. No screws left over because you don't need them to build. 30 cable, 60 wire, 40 concrete, 10 iron plate. No iron rods was probably the biggest offender. Can't remember. I used to do something to get more of it somehow. Oh, I think eventually I just stopped smart plating because when I filled a space elevator, I stopped smart plating and then turned off one of the rotor machines, and then you get more iron rods if you needed to build. Anyway, that was my very early game. But then for the first factory, or at least recently, this will carry me for a long time. It's my iron complex, so it does 40 iron plates, 24 iron rods, 6 reinforced iron plates, 6 modular frames, and 6 heavy modular frames. This is primarily to build with. I don't plan on really sending this to other factories. It's just to be able to build with this. It goes into a dimensional depot, so it refills my inventory quite quickly, and it's just going into an awesome sink when it's not doing that. I did send 2 of the heavy modular frames into another factory later, so they could be used if you want, even though it's not that much. But for an early-ish game iron factory, it's good. So the way it was built, really quickly, is there are 4 iron nodes, all doing 480 per minute. So 4 iron nodes, 480 per minute, 64 smelters, that gives you 1,920. So again, 4 Mark IV belts. And then that's how I divided it up. 600 of the ingots goes into 20 iron constructors, iron plate. Another 600 goes this way, and then 720 goes this way, and so on and so forth. So if you want this, it's called the iron complex. That would have been the video that it was for. So if you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, you can just look at this yourself if you wanted to. But this is how I built, you know, a standard, I say standard, a somewhat basic early iron factory that will carry you for quite a while before you need to like build other things. If I need iron in the world in another factory, I'll just build it into that factory. This was more for me to be able to build with, without having to stop or wait or anything. It's like a lot of material that we can just keep going with. So yeah, so I also have a motor factory, like that has its own iron. It had 480 ore going into this many foundries to making steel, so on and so forth. So I kind of do it where I build a factory that can get me to the next milestones, keep me fed and building, and then if I need something in another factory, I just build it into that one. So when I eventually need fused heavy modular frames or whatever they're called, I'm not going to use the remaining 4 from this one. With this 4 remaining here. This is what it makes, and this is the surplus, by the way. So yes, I'm not going to use the 4. Wouldn't need more than that. So I'll be building a brand new like heavy modular room in that factory that does it. So that's how I'll be doing it. Yeah, as time goes on. But yeah, hopefully that kind of somewhat answers the question, because there's no set answer, right? That's just how I did it recently. This world also has an iron factory that's somewhat similar, actually. In fact, it might be worth showing that one. A bit different. This world is this one, Satisfactory Iron Factory. It was the same principle though, I think. Actually slightly different. So it's 300 per minute ore out of 3 miners going into all these refineries, mixing with water. Get all these different ingots out, and then I don't know why I laid it out like this. This is back when I was trying to display every machine. But yeah, so we make a bunch of rotors, a bunch of reinforced iron plates. There's no heavy modular frames or anything in this, so there's much higher volumes of those other things. 80 iron plates, that kind of thing. So again, this one will be available on the same link if you wanted it. No worries, picture up. Alright, so we've got 3 lines of 720 per minute, potentially. With more left over, which we can deal with later. That for now. What other ones could we do? Right, so these are all in use now, right? These are all taken. We have 1, 2 there that aren't taken. And then we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. And then we need an 8th one if we want to get to 720. And this is hanging off on its own already for some reason, but I don't know why. Sure, could just do that. Just grab one here or something. I'm just sorry, I'm just thinking like how can I bring these over. Let's just start moving these ones at least. Oh, this will be out of the way. It's just to keep things running. Actually, that's a good point. There's 480 here. Should probably try to get that to... Is there a way to add just 90? Oops. Okay, I might keep that 480 in reserve then, because that could be divided by 60. And we could use those 60s to make up our 780s. 8 times. 8 is more than we need though, but yeah, I'll figure that out. We'll keep that 480 separate. Okay, so start here then. Okay, so you go there. This line has 2 on it so far, and it needs a further 6. Line at the very bottom here, if we send that up instead of down, it would match the height of this, so let's do that instead. Why? Why? Does straight mode mean nothing to you? You thinking my computer factory is too complex? This is insane. This is nothing. You should see the size of this place. This one's crazy. This was built when I had Mark III belts, knowing eventually I would have Mark 5s, and now we're upgrading it to Mark 5, and I'm not load balancing. I'm trying to correct the belts to work with Mark 5. We only just got them recently. Right. Of course. I'm not center aligned with the thing. No, weird. I don't know why I did that. Anyway. Pictro, appreciate it. Thanks for showing all that. Ada would be proud of your above human capabilities. Thanks. I appreciate it. And thanks for the super chat. So yeah, in total this is 7,020 Quickwire, I think. Something like that. So it's a bit of a pain to divide it correctly onto 780. Because each machine does 90 per minute. By standard rules. So this is 7. So we need 8 of them in total to get the number we want. This is... Oh, I went up too high. Like I said, that's just temporary. We'll get rid of that later. 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 belts together. It just needs one little buddy added onto it. And there's one little... I don't know why this is higher than the others. It doesn't need to be, but we could just... It's at the right height, so I could just steal it and add it onto this, and that would be another 8 belt, so that'd be a 720 belt, just like we want. Sorry for the lag in here as well, it's a bit laggy. Alright, so that's 720. I might color the 720 belts differently, just so I know what they're doing right now until we fix them up. Just even something obvious, right? So, the 720. So I don't get confused when I look back at those mergers and things. And there's just one floating there. Okay, so that's 720. This one is 720. No, it's not. Oh yeah, no it is. That's why I need to paint it, because I'll forget these things. So you're done. I don't need to bother with you guys, just as long as I know that you're done. Good. Next one down below. This one's a simple one, 720 as well there. It's got a lot of gaps on it, but it might be okay. Is this... Yeah, this is 720 as well that we just did. Cool. Okay. Still more machines we gotta pull stuff out of though. Now we can say that this lane is completely done. This lane's completely done. Yep, this lane's completely done. This one is not. Okay, cool. So on the bottom we have our green line, so that's our 720, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Okay, just cut that for a sec. The clipping is triggering my OCD? What clipping? Oh, just that? Oh yeah, don't worry about that. We'll get rid of it. It doesn't exist. So there's 4. So we need another 4, potentially. We can get it, or more. Well, there's 4 here, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. We can combine those guys, leave this one hanging on the top. That would give us another 720 belt. Can we bring it down to that other height though? Yeah, we could. So it needs to go to... I think there. Nope. Here. Okay. That clipping bothers me. Ugh. Okay, so we can get rid of this now. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You guys go a bit lower. That'll be another 720 belts. And then it's just a matter of trying to find some, break stuff up into 60s, and then merge them all on, and that gives us our 780s. The idea. Should hook up those awesome things so this place can at least start moving everything. Now, you need a merger between you. You're coming from here, right? Those are done now. That's 720, that'll be coming this way, so I'll just paint that green and green. Whatever. Ah. Goes to the same height as this one. Bit annoying. Well, that can be easily solved if we just pushed it out a tiny bit further. Some things are probably just going to crisscross a little bit. Catch a chat in just one sec. Sorry, I just don't like to look away when I'm doing this kind of stuff because it can be really difficult to remember what I was doing. Right, there we go. That's better. That looks weird, but okay. Alright. Are we almost fully hooked back up? There's just one free slot on the bottom left. That's fine. What is that place producing, Quickwire? I can show you a quick tour of this place if you've never seen it before, right? Let's take a break. Show you from start to end, what this is doing so far. Not done yet, I guess. I meant to go further. Okay, so this is where the factory kind of begins. Not real deadlocks, by the way, they're bugs. Okay, so I'll just get it outside so we can actually see it properly. This is what it's just the copper caterium factory. All it does really is copper refinement and caterium refinement. It does it in refineries. So effectively, all of the copper that's in grassy fields and 2 of the Quickwire nodes are picked up by trucks, delivered into our truck station here. So we go in, drive down this way, rotate around, and then we manifold the copper alongside these 4 stations. So copper comes in just as ore and goes along these 4 truck stations. That fills up all these belts. Alright, and the belts go along. Don't mind any of this stuff right now. It's not important. This is the logistics floor, so you see the bottoms of the machines. Anyway, copper travels along this way, and then it goes down into... Sorry, let me just brighten up the day again. That's a mod called Sky UI. It's just for a changing time of day. Anyway, it goes down into a room below, and then it comes back up. That room is basically... It's a room called the belt release room. It's just a series of awesome sinks for each line, and a smart splitter. If the awesome sinks are powered on, then the ore goes into them. Just into nowhere, right? If the awesome sinks are powered off, the smart splitter's overflow kicks in, and then the ore continues through into the rest of the factory. Why is that needed? Well, in dealing with refineries, you want to fill the refineries with water first, rather than ore. Otherwise, in a manifold system for refineries, the last 2 machines or so won't get the water. For reasons I'm not going to bore you with right now, but it's basically due to the fact that pipes don't have a set transfer speed, aka they don't have pressure. And because of this, unlike a belt, which does have a set transfer speed, even if you've got 1 item on a belt, it travels at the speed the belt moves. But a pipe, the more full it is, the faster it travels. What you end up having in a manifold system is the last few machines don't get what they need, because the first few machines have an inventory space of 50 for liquids. So as they're getting filled, the liquid gets slower and slower and slower. It doesn't make it to the last few machines, and it never will. So if you're having trouble restarting groups of refineries, I have a system here where we just don't allow ore to go through anymore. Sorry, I just got distracted because those top ones are actually empty. Yeah, there's problems with the trucks at the moment because they updated the game and they broke them. But anyways, yeah, so it's a way to restart things if they're not all running. And when I first built this place, I couldn't run it all because I didn't have the power. So this is a way to kind of control how we turned it on. So the way that's done is in the room upstairs, we have power control room here, which has all the switches that relate to all of the different refineries. So with this much ore coming in, we have something like 380 refineries for copper. It's a lot. I can tell you exactly how many it is. It's 14 refineries times 26. There's 364 for copper, but then we've got more for Caterium and more for copper sheet. It's roughly about 420 refineries in total. Anyways, so we could turn off the refineries here. So just shut down the entire block if we want. And I used to do this. Now that I have the power, we don't need to do any of this stuff anymore. It's all good. But we can control the water here and here. We can control the belt release room down here, so I can turn on or off whatever belts I want. And then there's basic descriptions of where things are going as well. I was going to do the same for lights, and then I just decided I forget it. I ended up using the display sign lights because the game got updated to Unreal Engine 5. What we're doing at the moment is I'm trying to get this place running, right? This place was built before I had the belt speed to do it. It was built using a belt speed that I knew I didn't have yet. And what that means is it's like I laid it out so that, you know, 500 per minute would travel on a belt, but I don't have that belt yet. Now I've got the belt, I can actually turn all these machines on and get everything running. But in order to keep it running, it has to go into awesome syncs, and I want to load balance the belts correctly and stuff. So that's what we're just doing at the moment. We're like fixing it up. And this is a build from months and months and months ago. I hadn't played this save for a long time. When 1.0 came out, we started a new world, and I actually beat the game for the first time. Then we came back to this world to try and get this factory up and running and a few other things. So that's where we're at the moment. So effectively, underneath here are just rows and rows of like logistics for these things. You know, everything is taking in water and everything's taking in ore. And it's just two types of ore. It's either copper or it's Caterium. All of the RNG ready machines are copper. These are the only Caterium ones. So there's only 60 or 70 Caterium refineries. The rest are all copper. So there's just in rows of it. Rows. 364 of them, you know? So the blocks, the way it was divided, the blocks are done into... Sorry, the build is divided into blocks. Each block has 26 machines in it. Yeah, 26. 13 machines. So the first side of it. So every block is 2 layers. So we can see here there's 13. And then on the other side there'd be 13. So that's 26. So each block is capable of doing 37.5 ingots each. So they do 975. Let's divide it into 2. Because it's 13 and 13 really. So we get 487.5. So that's a Mark 5 belt you need. Just slightly over a Mark 4. I don't know why I did it that way, but that's just the way it is. So because of that, yeah, we've just only recently upgraded all of these. And now we can actually see all of the ingots traveling upstairs and stuff. And there are parts where we can look down and sort of see what's going on. But we can just head back this way and look. Now, why do you need all this? Not really. I just had the idea like, okay, I'm going to gather all of the copper in grassy fields and only build one copper factory, and then hopefully I'll never need another one ever again. And that was pretty much true. So yeah, we do seem to have some sort of issue. What's this? Oh my god, a little Mark IV segment. Jeez, there's a few Mark IV belts here. What's up with that? Must not have updated that one. Oh my god, this whole row hasn't been updated. Everything else has. That's great to find. I'll just do that now. Anyway, I was going to show, like, obviously you can just see all the rows for everything that goes all the way down. But yeah, I might just quickly go over this because this hasn't been upgraded yet. I'm going to just start at the back and then work my way up. I believe that. We did this a while ago on stream. But maybe I didn't have the material or something, so that's 5, 5, and then it becomes 4. Yeah, okay. But yeah, recently there was an update to the game for 1.1, and it made this place run like ass. Like it didn't run great, but now it runs really bad. And it's only when I'm down here, so I don't know what it is. Some people report like it's the belts themselves like have a problem, Mark 5 or Mark 4 belts. And it might be because there's such a large concentration of them here that's the issue. I don't know. There we go, I think that's it. Nope, still bits. It just needs to go as far as the first splitter. Oh, I'm an idiot. Sorry, this one doesn't actually need to be Mark 5. It doesn't matter if it is, but it doesn't need to be. Yeah, I forgot. It's a long story. One of them just doesn't need it. So I could just leave it like that. It's fine. Whatever. I should have kept it Mark IV. Anyway, it's no big deal. Darren, I have a question. With Twitch and Kick having updated the terms of service to multi-stream, have you considered this? Yeah, I don't want to do it. I used to stream 5 days a week on Twitch back in the day. I don't not go there because it was forbidden or something. I just want to keep everything in one place. Hey Michael, makes you want to restart the world again? Do it. Follow my desert series. At least follow it for a little bit, and then I guarantee you, you'll feel better about your game after the fact. Or you could just watch the videos and then try to apply things to the world you exist in. Because I often say to people, you shouldn't really delete your whole world. You can just go somewhere else in the same world and start like building somewhere else and start again, kind of on a different power network, and you can always go back. But I know people like to progress from the beginning. It's just that the first few hours, while they're good and you advance quickly, it can just be, I don't know, a delay to the inevitable thing that you're going to get to anyway. But, you know, you do you. Anyways, so that's the copper and material. So what do I do with all those ingots? Well, upstairs, we do have an assembly floor. So there's a maintenance floor, which is like some of the power cables that control all those power switches and stuff. Goes up here, the chimney stacks, that kind of thing. There's a few belts that run up there, but not really. Then there's the next logistics floor, which is sort of in progress. So there's a train station above here. At least that's the plan. So a bunch of the wire and Quickwire actually does go off into an additional factory that I built not that long ago. We've just cut the Quickwire recently, so it's probably not going to be running very well. But it goes into this place. There's a bunch of machines. This place makes adaptive control units and computers. It's my silicon factory, so it's like anything to do with electronics, basically. Then out there... Oh yeah, we can't really see it anymore. But a lot of the ingots go out there, and we make more wire out there and bring it back in. Beneath this factory is a motor factory. So that's kind of what everything... If you ask what does it do, that's kind of what it does. It makes ingots, sends the ingots to different places. It makes 120 Quickwire, or 120 AI limiters per minute. Which is something. This place makes 150 motors per minute, I think. Something like that. Place running well. We just fixed it up a while ago, but I didn't really check it. There's a few yellow lights down there. It's still not running correctly. But hopefully better. But yeah, it's a busy place. It's doing effectively a lot of steel to then make pipe, to also make wire, to make rotors and motors. Together, yeah, sorry, to make rotors and stators to then make motors. Anyway, I'm just going to head back over now. Just going to go back up. We're just going to continue. I keep getting distracted. Got a little bit more time left to see if we can finish this. Oh yeah, and obviously this is the basement where all the water goes up. So I just have... I never actually upgraded to Mark II pumps. Kept it the way it is. Not really a big deal. A lot of people think you need Mark II pumps to run on a Mark II belt. You don't. They just set head lift. They don't affect throughput. Just gotta wait a little bit. Oh, sorry, I didn't read that from Clip. So I just split the center silica line and merged it like you said, and it's all running great. But somehow I'm getting like 6 extra silica a minute. Somehow. 6 per minute extra. That's a very specific number. I think your belt throughput counter might be lying to you a little bit. Are you sure? Is it actually backing up? If anything, your numbers are all correct. So if anything's backing up somewhere, it means that something's not running right. You should be checking the percentage efficiency number on the machines, and that'll help you find what's wrong. Anything else I don't need anymore? Get rid of some of this stuff. Alright, back here we are in the nightmare realm of belt. shenanigans. Yeah, actually, so to continue, make the Quickwire run for a bit, I'm going to run down and just make sure it's hooked up to an awesome sync. Like I said, these are temporary awesome syncs. We'll move them to a dedicated room for this stuff later. Sorry for the clipping and cutting through. It's just to test and keep things running. They all hooked up? No, that one's not. Yeah, whatever. I'll need to be updated with better belt speeds. I had it coming out of a programmable splitter on overflow, but it seems to have bounced out over time. Oh, okay. Thanks for the tour. I appreciate it. That you just made a whole tour because one single viewer asked. Yeah, it probably annoyed everyone else. No, I'm only joking. It's fine. I don't mind doing it every now and then. You know, if people haven't seen it before, worth showing off. I thought about starting a new world and trying to route all the ore on the map to a massive foundry. Yeah, I think a lot of people have had that idea. I had it too. Hyperforge. The juice isn't worth the squeeze, is what I tell people on that one. But yeah, go for it, man. You know, go for it. Why not? All the ore on the map. The Satisfactory calculator will tell you how much ore is on the map, and you can work out how much you can get. The first thing you need to do, though, really, is focus on power. Or you could do it in creative mode, I guess. But anyways, okay, so which lines do not send their stuff this way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that it? That might be it. It's just 6 now? 6 times 90. 6 times 90 is 540. But we also have a 480 belt that needs to go somewhere. Well, the 480 belt is going to go onto each one of these, right? Isn't that the plan? I think so. Let's try it then. This is the thing I'm a bit confused about how I'm going to do. So here's the 480 belt that we'll need to grab. I'll just let that continue to go into that awesome sync just for now, but we'll build this up. So that would need to start up here. So let's pretend this 480 belt is going to be up here now. That's fine. And then I want 60 to go in there. The easiest way is to go up even higher. Let's say that we have this there. Alright, I think this could work nicely actually. So our 480 goes that way. No big deal. And then we build a splitter that's in line with this. I had this problem before, so I'm just going to go like this and shift it up into where it needs to go. And to get the exact amount off the belt, you could just break 60 off of it, but if I use a smart splitter, you can guarantee 60 comes off and merges down onto that one. Alright, so now we'll say the overflow goes out the front. And the guarantee of 60 goes out the right. And this has to be a Mark 1. So that's a guaranteed 60. That's 480. Breaking off 60, going onto this belt, which will give us the 780 by the end. So that's fine. So that's done now. That's a 780 belt. So I'm going to color that back to like red. Okay, that's now a completed 780. In theory. Well, it's 780 after that merge, actually, I guess, but it's fine. 780. That should be a good... Once we haven't even hooked it up yet, but it's already got no gaps, but it should have no gaps in the future. It's probably Anyway, it doesn't matter, but yeah. So that's 780 there. So this has to now continue, and we have to just keep doing this at other things, at other points. Even temporarily, we'll just drag it down to here. 480 goes down this way. One, two, three, four. Alright, so this continues. This is now 480 minus 60, so it's 420. Plays it. Any goes out the right. Overflow goes out the top. Guarantee 60 gets to go onto its buddy. So this buddy belt down here now correct. Alright, so this becomes a 780. Alright, so that's two 780s. Looking good. I want to make the most oil power that is possible. Do I need oil for anything else? Yes. You need oil for rubber and plastic. I think so anyway. I mean, some of these things obviously have alternates, but I think so. I don't know what else you get plastic from. Just curious about that now. Plastic? Yeah, you're only getting that from oil or polymer, and polymer comes from oil as well, doesn't it? So you'll need plastic. I think maybe there's a way to cut out plastic. Plastic for circuit boards. Is there a plastic-less circuit board? There is, so that's okay. Although one of them was petroleum coke and the other was rubber. Silicon and copper sheet, I guess. Okay, cool. Computers. There's a way to do that. So you don't need oil for this, in theory. And then do you need oil for this at all? Potentially no. So, okay, you're actually okay there. So circuit boards and computers don't need plastic. Supercomputers? Nope. Get away with that. Yeah, you might be alright actually with that. Then what about rubber? Rubber is used in cooling systems, so cooling system could avoid it. Modular engines would need it. With modular engines, once you make enough, then you don't need them again. So you could almost make as many as you need. In fact, if you really wanted to know how much you need, you could say, go to the space elevator. Modular engines. In order to beat the game, you need 1,625 modular engines. So you could make that much and then switch your oil off for rubber. Potentially, unless there's other things that need it. But yeah, I mean, ultimately you could do this, right? I would just do this to find out. But that's kind of interesting to know you don't need plastic. Never thought about that. Okay, looking good. We need to do this one more time down on the bottom now somewhere. So this was a 720 belt just by default. Well, interestingly, we could just... Yeah, I'll tell you what, for the consistency, grab this and do it here instead. Same thing we just did, but it's just happening later. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Anyway, so I just moved it further down. So 480 goes in, it splits at 60 down, does it again, splits at 60 down. I'm going to do that again. So if I don't have to keep the spacing the same, but it'd be kind of nice to. So, although it would probably be even better if I just did it somewhere here in this gap. So we're 1 over from the center, so that would probably make the most sense. All right. There we go. Should have the same setting. Yep. And then we just need a merger. We're down here. Go in. Alright, another 60 comes down. So now this becomes a 780 belt. So that's 3 780s we got on the right now, in theory. Now we have to do the same, but around on the left side. So 480 minus 60 minus 60 minus 60. We're left with 300 clean on the belt. Okay. We have another 720 belt here and another 720 belt here. So we want to break off at least 60 more. 2 more times. What GPU? I have an RTX 3090. There's a world on the mod manager that has a worldwide railroad station already created. Oh, cool. And hey, Ace. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. If you wrote anything. Tempting to shift it over to that side, but I guess I'll just keep it where it is. Okay, so the next thing, smart splitter again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll grab ourselves a merger. Cool, so that's mark 1. So again, this time the overflow, or sorry, the ante goes at the left. Fine. Nice. So 480 minus 60. Okay, yeah, 480 minus 60 is 420. So we're at 420 here. Then we're at 360 there. Then we're at 300 there. After this, we can use a Mark 3 belt if we want. Limit throughput. Alright, we got one more to do that to, which is here. I don't know why it did that. And then we get this merger to do the same thing. I didn't color that belt yet, actually. Still have a free. Anything remaining will go on the bottom belt, I guess. And probably merge up with this one. Right. It can be a Mark 3 now. Because that is 230 per minute. And yeah, that's fine. So that's 230. Break off 60. What's that? 230 minus 60. 170 is left. By the end. I know it still looks a bit messy, but it's so much cleaner than it was actually, which is great. I'm gonna try something here. This will be also just a bit temporary. So a smart splitter here. This is just to keep it running as well. So when you overflow out the left, please. That's just temporary, but at least now I can hook this up. It needs to go there. Right, so this little system is parsing off just what we need in order to keep these at 600. They are clearly not doing 600 right now. There must be something wrong again with copper, but we'll figure that out. It's probably just trucks misbehaving or something again. Anyways, this goes this way, comes up, 480 per minute. If it's going to back up in a moment, that's fine, and it'll roll out to the left. But at the moment, we've given it the option to do 60 off here, 60 off here, 60 off here, 60 off there, another 60 off there, and then it hits a wall. So, great. It should back up a little bit. Yeah, it's starting to go into the bin now. Mega Factory scares me. Yeah, I'm a little scared with why certain things are stopping. Like, copper used to never stop, but now it's stopping a little bit more lately. Pretty certain the rates of everything we're bringing in is fine, but I could go out to the different deposits and check. Like, this truck just sitting there is a bit weird. Oh, it's moving now, okay. Yeah, I don't know, actually all the trucks are moving. I just have a feeling there's not enough copper. Yeah, it looks like it actually. If we go upstairs, it'll tell me how those machines are running, I guess. I don't have to guess. Things are all backed up. They don't have a way out yet. Yeah, so we're only getting about halfway, 2/3 of the way down. I'd have to go all the way back, check the source of the refineries that are coming up this way. It's a bit laborious. Might do it next time we stream. I'd like to just stick with this place for a while. Try to just finally get it going. Uninterrupted. How do I plan the oil power plant? Because I don't know how to do it on the Satisfactory calculator. Well, you want to make oil, right? I don't know how to use it in Satisfactory calculator. But if you, the best fuel you can probably get early on, or, I mean, depends what you want to do, but rocket fuel is probably the way to go. So, the way I would do it is you go to say, like, okay, rocket fuel needs turbo fuel. Turbo fuel needs heavy oil. And oil can be made into heavy oil, straight up. So you'd look at, I suppose, how much oil is on the map. I don't know the number. But let's say it's like 12,000. And you say, okay, 12,000 divided by 30. The input. We need 400 refineries to do all the oil. The annoying thing for you is going to be getting this powered on in the first place, actually, thinking about it. Because then, obviously it'll power itself. But after, yeah, it's a bit awkward at first. You won't, no amount of coal will do that for you. So I don't know how you're going to do that. But anyway, this will give you, so you need 400 refineries. Then you say like, okay, that's going to give me 40 heavy oil. That's 16,000 heavy oil you get out. Then you just work your way forward as opposed to backwards. You go, okay, so for the heavy oil turn into turbo fuel, it needs 37.5. So 16,000 divided by 37.5, the input, you need this many machines. That many machines times the output, 30, 12,800. So you'll get 12,800 turbo fuel from that amount of oil. At least this standard recipe. Anyway, you can obviously use diluted things to get more, I think, right? Something like that. I don't know. Anyway, you just keep doing that. So the next one would be going like, okay, then we look at turbo fuel. How much then goes into rocket fuel? So for rocket fuel, you need 60 in and some nitric acid. So you now have, in theory, 12,800 turbo fuel. So you divide that by the input. 60 gives you the amount of machines. Times that by the output of the machines. You're now making 21,333 rocket fuel. Yeah, so the numbers keep going up. And then the rocket fuel you burn in generators. I can't remember the rate it's burned at. It's pretty low. Something like 4 or something per minute. Let's just say it's 4. Probably like 4.2 7, 5, or something like that. So you'll need 4,491 generators. Have fun with that. Now that's if they run at 100%. You could then times this by, or divide it by 2.5. So you'd need 1,800 generators, something like that. And they would give you 625 power. You'd be making 1.1 million. Now I know that people do more than that, so there's obviously somewhere in this recipe you can make more. I think that I can't remember, but there's a way to make diluted fuel by mixing it with water. It gives you more out. Maybe I should do another project. This is a little big. Yeah, it's just it's completely pointless. I mean, if you think you can do it, then do it. But if I were you, I would set the goal much smaller initially, right? So say like, I'm gonna make a rocket fuel plant or whatever out of all the oil in Blue Crater. That's where everyone likes to build it. There's sulfur down there, there's coal down there. Everything you need is in that one place. And you can tap it completely. And that will give you so much power that you'll never probably need more. But then you'll have enough power to build all of the other ones if you still feel like doing it. So that's what I would recommend. Hey, Stockfish. Hey, nice. He's caught up before the end. Alright, really happy with this so far. Just not happy with the fact that copper isn't seemingly enough. But there's one last thing to do. It's just the final little line. So I just need to make sure. So all of these are definitely all grabbed. That's good. That's good. All of this is all good. These are being painted. This is the one that I forgot to paint, so I'll just do that one. So that was red. That's 780 now as well. This is 780 now as well. Cool. So I've got a little gap down here on the bottom left that I need to decide what goes into that. We have 130 left on this belt, but then there's a few little nodes that haven't been added to yet. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are there any on the other lines? Yeah, 6. So 6 times 90 plus 130 is 670. That's what we'll have in the final belt. I do have a cat. Wow. He's got little broken legs. Hello, Rex. Rex is cool. Hey, Gem. I use the regular recipe for rocket fuel. The alternate recipe requires a lot of nitrogen. What do you want to keep for other stuff? Oh yeah, nitro rocket fuel. I forgot about that. Right, so 6 times 90 plus 130, 670. So 670 is going to be our final belt. That's fine by me. Yeah, that'll be nice. We have space here to get one final merger. What about there? It's 130, so it's a Mark III belt. 30. Do me dirty. There we go. This needs to be a Mark V. Add that into here, straight mode. Alright, so at least that can now run in theory without needing the awesome sink here, so that can go. No more clippy clip. It might back up still, but we'll see. Depends if there's an awesome sink at the far end. Okay, so the only last thing now is that these need to go to the very bottom, which is a bit awkward. I mean, I'll just bring it out to the bottom and around. Yeah, I guess that's fine. It's just a little not neat, but whatever. One, two, just compared to how the other bits are done. But it's not that bad. Is that a Mark II? Yeah. Alright, so these will just do the same. Oh, actually, they don't have to be too awkward thinking about it. They can just go straight down. To there. I don't know why I did these stilts at the same point as the mergers. Just, I don't know, for me it's a bit weird to do that. 1, 2. Yeah. Alright, so it's 4 nudges. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, that's all of the mergers ready to go. Oh, final merger here, I think. I think it's the final one. Here we go. So I don't know how I can do this, but I need to leave like a note on that says it's a, what did I say it was? It was 670 per minute. This belt. Leave a little. The all belts 780. This one's 670. Sure, that's the intended target. So now we've got 6 belts, 780 out of their mines. We just need to upgrade them now. That's a Mark 4. We need Mark 5, please. Guess I'll color that one differently so I know that it's not quite 780. Put a counter? Nah, fuck the throughput monitors. If it's 780, there's no gaps, that's how I know. And the 671... Oh, I see what you're saying, actually, on that one. Yeah, maybe. It's just that they fluctuate. They drive me mad, the way they fluctuate. I was talking about this earlier, so I tend not to use them. Because we were looking at them... I have 4 belts doing 600, and it would be like 603, 598, 600, 603, 598. Like, just... stop. Don't they know people who play this game have like severe OCD? But yeah, no, you're right, you're right. A 780 on that one would be good. But I think it's good to leave the note because it's like, well, this is what I intend. If I saw 670, I'd be like, should that be 780? At least I know. But I like the idea of putting it on there anyway. Right, I'll clean this area up in just a sec as well. Won't take too long to do that. This looks so much better now. It's not fully going the way it should, but it's almost there. Alright, let's just delete this. This is all good. Later. So remember, these are temporary placements to keep everything running. In the future, it'll be going into a train station, and before the train station, there'll be an awesome sync room. Now, I'm going to try to organize these belts just a little bit. I don't actually know what this factory is consuming anymore, but we'll build overflow for them all, just in case they need to go into an awesome sync. Now, how they're going to get over there, I'm not too sure. That's the wall of wire is not going to make it easy. Some of this is going into the... That's going to that new drone port we just built. Yeah, so let me just count how many belts I actually need. Add them over there, and then that'll be truly done. the Quickwire side. And then next week we'll come back. I'm going to try and figure out what's wrong with copper. We need to develop a new method of getting it in here. I guess we will, but I'd like to keep it to the trucks. It would just be good to see what's wrong. Their Quickwire lines. That Quickwire line, I'm pretty sure, doesn't need to be there anymore. So I might just see if we can empty that one out. It was from an old recipe. The recipe changed and then it was like, oh, you don't need it anymore. So it's the one that's going here. Quickwire on trains. Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, I know it takes up a lot of volume, but it's just if we ever need to send this stuff anywhere. It's the same with the AI limiters. We make 120 per minute. I make 7,000 Quickwire per minute. Make it, I don't even know how much wire per minute. Loads. I don't have it open right now. 12,000 wire or something crazy. So it's like, yeah, this is supposed to go on trains or go into other factories. Some of this is going into other factories, you can see. So that line's not needed anymore. I'm gonna get rid of that one. It's a future you problem. It would be nice just to finish this factory. Be like, we finally did it. Everything runs. It's 100%. You don't have to worry about anything. It's lit. It has train stations, all that kind of stuff. And then, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe after that, well, we'll take a vote. But we could even start a new game. And do modded or something. Because I do think mods are not going to change now for a long time. Or we could just continue and try to beat the game with this file. I don't mind either way, but just an idea. Right, so somewhere here will be an overflow splitter. That factory fills up. That's going into a drone port right now, so if that fills up, goes in there. Make it a Mark 5, please. No, it's just coming out of this. So let's just cut that. I'll probably still be a little hectic with the belts here. But I'll try to just make it a bit more organized overall. Not so much deleting. It's so dark all the time. Go. Much better. Oh my god. Alright, there's our AI limiters. Damn. Oh man, it feels so heartbreaking to do that. Let's just send them in. Go, go, go. Rain. Okay. So we have 6 belts of Quickwire. We know the bottom right one is a little less than the others. I need to ultimately just break them all off into these things. Well, this is a blueprint. Grab that. Might have to have moved it over, I'm not sure. Oh no, it's okay. I don't want to do autoconnect. Autoconnect uses curved mode by default, and I don't think you can change it. If you can, that'd be great. That just switches to straight mode. Then I probably would use it a bit more often. So the plan for me is just to list these at the height that they're needed, so... Actually, they can stay there. Didn't really drain that much, but it's something. Sorry, guys. Oh. By guys, I mean, I was literally talking to the AI limiters. So we'll send them into their own thing in a minute. Right. The new curve mode looks really nice. Great for organized. Yeah, not great. Exactly. I think it looks awesome. We saw Flip, was it, who had curve mode using in some of his factories today, and it looked really good. be a bit too far, I think. Alright, there we go. So that's all rolling nicely now into there. So these ones are going to continue on. These three. And some of them will blow past this area. And overflow into there if they need to. We need to just line up with that line right there. Yeah, I guess... Let me just move this. Go a bit further over. Alright. I feel like I actually made pretty good progress even though despite the many distractions as usual. For me. I know I get distracted, it's not you guys. Finally actually did something with this place. So that's progress in my opinion. Oh yeah, they need to be at different heights. So that can stay at the bottom, that can go there. Anyway, the new... Oh, yeah, sorry. I'd use it for... Yeah, exactly. Belting a mine into the start of the factory, but probably not inside of it. The floor should be put in the open. This floor should be out in the open. Looks very nice. Well, there's machines and stuff way above us. It's too late for that, unfortunately. Like, all of these... There's, like, tons of machines up here. I'm happy to have glass floors upstairs so you can see down and into it. And I also want to put concrete down so we get rid of this repeating pattern all the time. Yeah, and then it needs lights as well, so there's a few things it needs, definitely. Cool. Right, so this one can continue over to there. That's ultimately where we're going. That's for what I'm going to do with all this wire and stuff. I just don't know. We have to find a nice way to neaten it up. Sorry, yeah, you can just overflow right in. Alright, cool. So, out this way, we need... How many was it? It's still 3 belts. 3 Quickwire belts. And they need to be 780, I think. Though I don't actually know. Figure that out next time. So yeah, I need some sort of way to bring this down. Oh, I could just bring that down itself, it's fine. They need to be, like, in a line together. Will they have room to go through this floor? Yeah, they'd be fine. They could actually go even underneath this one. It'd be even better. So I might do that instead. So there. And this just... That probably needs to be further in, actually, thinking about it. And these stilts are going to be kind of interrupting them. I have to get rid of those. The idea is 3 of these in a line together, but this has to be on the right. 1, 2, 3, yeah. I'm gonna bring this straight forward, connect this one in first. Just gonna have to go through this for a moment. Oh, it looks like... Oh, damn, I was over by 1. Ugh. Sorry, fix that. Lots of AI limiters, motors, rotors, and stators would come out of this factory. Motors, rotors, and stators? No, this one doesn't do any of that. This sends Quickwire into another factory that does motors and rotors and stators. And they use steel pipe to do it. That makes sense. 1, 2, right? But that's because I guess I use a different recipe. Alright, finally reconnected. Although overflow must not be hooked up right because it's not coming this way yet. The other way around. Overflow. Oh yeah, it's working. Any, that's the word. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. There we go. That looks like it's kind of low, actually, really, compared to the others. Right, next one. So same thing, really, for each one, but this can now just be, it'll be a bit easier each time. So you just bring it down. Actually, this is going to be perfect, because it can just go straight in the middle. Actually, never mind. They all go out to the side, don't they? Alright, so this will go here. I'm going to remove all those stilts. They might change. Oh no, they'll stay there. They're for the cable. Forgot actually this place makes cable as well. Pretty high volume of cable. The next thing after solving the Quickwire will be like solving wire and then making all the copper run together. So much to do. It's a fun problem though. Alright, it's the second line done. One more line to go. There's actually technically one more line after this. This music from Final Fantasy VIII. Very childlike. Love it. Love it. We're making progress. So much more neat than it was. And with the capability to go into the bins. Did it need to? Alright. Some of it already is. Oh, did I not? Oh, it's just backed up already. Cool, that's fine. Right, the next one then. This one needs to travel on actually past this and go up to the drones. That's purely for the ammo in that new factory we just made recently. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to bring this up to the ceiling. Because the placement of this is temporary, that drone port. We're going to have a dedicated room for them or something, a dedicated part of the factory for them. I don't know where it's going to be. But for now, it could just be here. And what's that for? I think it's for stun ammo, isn't it? I think Quickwire? Yeah. That's what it's making, stun rebar. Great, alright, that's finally it. That's the Quickwire, relatively speaking, load balancer onto every belt. It's just a matter of providing the ingredients to keep it all running correctly. Some of it's not going at full speed. I don't think because the belt balancing is off, I think just because we're running low on copper. But my god. That's 7,000 Quickwire handled. That little belt counter on the side here as well, why not? We'll do them on all. Why the hell not? Enter. Should be running at 780 each. Some, you know, I think it's just a matter of not enough copper is coming into the factory for various reasons. Yeah, I'm seeing it struggle towards the end. I mean, I'm seeing this actually not too bad. It's got some on it, on the line. Not too bad. And then this group should be 600, 600 each for the Quickwire. Oh yeah, actually I didn't hook up the AI limiters to Awesome Sinks either, so this can go now. Right, so that should be a total of 60. That should be a total of 60. These two belts travel side by side. Make their way all the way down. And then currently that one's not going anywhere and this one's stopping here. So yeah, again, just two more of these, like, or just one actually. They can combine onto a single belt and just go in there. We do want them to be able to build with those, so I guess we'll send them into a container first. I just unlocked aluminum. Oh, sorry, move the 660 input to the third truck station. One of them 670. And to the third truck station? Not sure what that means. I'm not going to do that now anyway. But I'll be back on Wednesday if you want to suggest anything. Oh wow, used all 7 connections. Damn. That's alright, I just unlocked aluminum, trying to be forward thinking. 2 related questions. 1, any recipes for items I'll want? A lot of. And 2, when should I build for target output or based on available input? There's no right answer to that, I don't think, annoyingly. Because it's, I don't know, man. I could sit here for ages talking about that. It's like, this is the age-old question of, like, how much should I make? You know, how much should I make? I don't know. So first of all, like, with aluminum, you want alclad, you want casing, and you want to reserve some aluminum ingots. I would say, just ballpark, just guess, half your aluminum should go into the casing, a quarter into the alclad, and a quarter into just having ingots. Something like that. That's what I would do, roughly speaking. Casing, you typically need a lot of it. It can go into a lot of things. Alclad, not so much. And ingots, it's kind of more specialized, but it can go into things. So that's what I would do. Yeah, and then for building for target output or for based on available input, so I normally, with aluminum especially, like, I just get all the bauxite I can for the belt speed I have, or the belt speed above the one I have. So, yeah, I think with, well actually I think with bauxite it's so limited, I did it for the max belt speed. So in my recent save file, my video series, I have it so that I know how much bauxite's in the swamp. If it was all upgraded with Mark III miners, you'd get 3,000 per minute. So I built my factory based on that. And then I kind of followed that general rule where half the ingots I'm using are going into casing. Actually, I'll tell you exactly what I did. I have 6 kind of groups of refineries. So half the factory is actually doing, like, 2 of the groups are doing casing, 1 of them is doing alclad, and then I've got 3 that are just unassigned right now. So if I need more casing, I can make more. But it depends what I'll need in the future. I know that one of them is going to have to be, like, these are 6 evenly spaced, like, groups. What's 6 divided by 3,000? Or 3,000 divided by 6, I should say. So like 500 bauxite. So it's like 500 bauxite is for casing, another 500 is for casing, another 500 is for alclad. And then I've got 1,500 that I'm like, I make the ingots, but I don't yet know what I'm going to do with them. So I don't have a great plan for that. I know some of them will just stay as ingots, but some might become casing or become alclad if I need more of it in the future. But yeah, so then it's like, okay, when you're building another factory, then let's say you want to make radio control units. What are you building it to? Well, let's have a look at the recipe, because I'll be doing that soon. Just a standard recipe. I'll probably do it to make life a little, well, I don't know, 2.5. Normally what I do is I look this stuff up on the wiki. So I'll go radio control units, factory wiki, GG. And it's broad, but this is just how I do it. You know, I don't have there's no golden rule or answer to this stuff. So it's like, I'm scrolling down because this is what it's used in. These are the recipes it's used in. Like how I'm falling down. I'm very bright as well with the white light. Anyway, wrapping up in a minute. So I look at like, okay, what does it need? You know, we need pressure conversion, turbo motors, supercomputers. These are the things it could go into. Some of them are alternates, so fair enough. Let's just build gun stuff. Yeah, we don't care about that. We just care about the machines, obviously, right? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 things that radio control units can make in terms of machines. There's just 4 things. 2 of them are alternates. Let's say, does this need radio control units either way? No. Well, it would tell me actually here, right? So they're alternates. One of them is an alternate for turbo motors. So either way, you need them for turbo motors. That's fine. And then you need them for a pressure conversion cube and a supercomputer. So it's like, you could, I would look at it and go like, well, how many do we need? It's hard to say, but you could follow into this or this and be like, well, how many of those am I going to make really? And what does it need? Or like, why would I need them? So these are needed to make nuclear pasta, plutonium fuel rods, or turbo motors themselves. Well, we look at nuclear pasta, and it's like, well, this is one of the components you need to beat the game. And you can look at that if you type in space elevator. And then further down, it'll say like how many you need. So nuclear pasta, I need 1,200 in total to beat the game. Because some of them are used for other things. So it's like 1,200. Now, at this stage of the game, 0.5 per minute, and you need 1,200. Like, 1,200 divided by 0.5. It would take 2,400 minutes. 60, it would take 40 hours just running that. So, you know, 0.5 per minute is probably not that quick. 40 hours is a lot. You could do a lot in 40 hours in terms of building another line of these, I think. You do need a lot of copper. Obviously, I'm covered for that. But just as an example, this is how I think about it. So it's like, oh, nuclear pasta. It's like, maybe I want to make it at a rate of 2 per minute. So I need 4 of these. Pressure conversion cubes. So 4 of those would require 2, 4, 6, 8 radio control units per minute. That just gives me a ballpark number to aim for. I don't do this for everything, so obviously you have to go far and far and far every time. But I just got maybe a ballpark number and go, okay, like 8. So you make 2.5 per minute. Maybe I'll try and make 10. And then you consider what else it could go into. It's like, okay, I'll add a little bit more than maybe I'm thinking as well. Because you need them to build certain machines. So yeah, I'll probably aim for something like 20 per minute as a goal. And then I just work back and say like, I always work towards like a target, and then I go like, well, how much ore do I have available for me? And if the ore that's around and all the stuff comes to, let's say I'm setting a target of 20, but if the math works out with the deposits near me, of like, oh, you can only make 18. It's like, oh, I'll make 18 then. That's fine, you know, and I'll work from there. Rather than saying like, oh, well, now I need to go find another thing and bring it in, and scale up even further to match the number I had in my head. So I sort of meet in the middle if I can. Hope that kind of makes sense. You know, there's no clear way to do it, but the wiki helps because it just tells you the recipes you can't see. It tells you what things are made in, so that helps. Gives you a ballpark idea of the rates per minute you should maybe look at doing and what could you do. This is nice to see this all moving. I've never seen that before, and now we're actually finally starting to see the Caterium all move. There's still, we have to get the wire fully rolling in order to see all the Caterium move, but for the most part, it's looking good. Good. Alright, well that's going to have to be it for me today. I'm going to hop out of this factory so we can see daylight. Be interesting to know if this place is running well. I mean, if my other factories are running well, now that we've just done all that. The good thing, though, is now if if these get backed up, then they just go into an awesome sync, so it should be fine. Well, I know one of the belts is definitely wants 780. I just don't know if we're actually delivering that yet. I think it is the one on the left that needs it. And it looks like that's the one that doesn't have it, unfortunately. Yeah, it's this line here. So I know for a fact this needs to be 780. It's to make high-speed connectors. The end here. So we can see some yellow lights at the end. So yeah, it's not getting everything it needs. That's a problem for the next time we play. So the at least next future I mean, when we do fuse frames, it's probably going to be a bit tedious as well. Not fuse frames, sorry, wire. Regular wire. Thinking of the fused wire recipe. But other than that, it should be much quicker to see some progress than it was today, because I got really bogged down with that stuff. And I enjoyed checking out Clip's thing. Save file. Good stream, thanks for the help. No problem at all. Yeah, maybe we'll do that in future, but I'll try to be a bit more quick and succinct with it and go off on less tangents. Just like find the problem. I should even set a timer. It's like we've got 15 minutes to diagnose the issue. Let's go. Going too late. Sorry, late Peabody. This is probably my favorite part of Modeler, by the way. Helps me figure out... Yeah, that's a great point. Everyone... I do it that way, right? But most people tend to go into Satisfactory Modeler on Steam, which is a free download. And then you can type in the numbers that you think you're aiming for and stuff. I've never used it, actually, so I don't know if it kind of tells you what you should aim for, gives you an idea, tells you what ore is available. I don't know much about it, but everybody swears by it, so I would recommend using that. Oh, man. So nice out here now. Oh, God, I'm out of biofuel. Ugh. Alright, I'll leave it there. So that is it for stream 23 in this world. I look forward to now little tease for the next Oasis video. Getting back to this world because it's just, I'm building like the aesthetics for the Alumina Factory. In the next video we get to turn everything on. I'm really excited for that. So a little tease for if people are interested. It might not be that good if you're looking at streams already because I've just basically copied the style of the Aluminum Factory that we have anyways. I love going into this world because it just runs well. It looks nice. Thanks, Pictro. Yeah, even if I don't know how to build water towers, that's true. I embarrassed myself with that one. It happens. Oh, the world in this save is so much better. Runs nicely, solid 60 FPS. Yeah, that's what it's going to look like. So I'm just working on the aesthetics. It's slightly different than the one that we have in the streaming world. And I want to tidy up a few things, but it's starting to really take shape. And yeah, it's really just a matter of turning this on. What else has to be done with this? Oh yeah, the awesome sync room and the depot room, and then turning on the trains and getting everything running, I guess. Gonna be good. Can't wait. All right, that's gonna be it for me. Thanks very much for watching. Thanks for hanging out today. Appreciate all the support. Sorry that I had to dip out of the stream. I had to, for those who don't know, I streamed earlier today, and then I can't stop the stream. I had to because I had something to do with my lawyer for purchasing this apartment. But all good news. I've now paid all my money. I've paid everything. Got nothing left. But hopefully now it's just about on Monday we should get the keys to this place, and then it's just a matter of moving stuff up there. And then we have just over a week to move everything, which is good. It's a good amount of time generally. And then I'll be a homeowner. Kind of. An apartment owner. But I'll have my own property, which is nice. No more rent. And it should be less payments per month than my rent is. By a substantial amount. So I'm happy about that. It'd be like... I don't know the exact number, but 2/3 of what I pay now. So that should be nice. And then we can actually save and get a normal house later. We're ready. So excited for that. So that's why the stream had to go down for a while, and then it came back, and yeah. Thank you, appreciate it. When are we going to update the Google Drive? I could do it right after the stream. It's always updated for the desert videos. I often forget for the streams, but yeah, I could do that for the streams today. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend, and hopefully I'll see you next week. Soon enough, we'll have a giveaway as well for the Satisfactory thing that I got sent, that kind of cart They have a Kickstarter for it at the moment, but it's not live right now. It'll be live in a month, the Kickstarter, so might hold off till then, but want to keep mentioning it. I'll probably mention it in the next video too. Housing is great, but think of the Illumina. Alright, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Take it easy. Bye-bye.